Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Dreamside. Creating a new character. Selection confirmed. Dreamside currently ranks first in all gaming ratings. First position in trends, by popularity on the network and by the number of players. The most famous game in all categories. It is a national game that everyone has played at least once. Players include idols, actors, politicians, children, and adults. Regardless of age or country, everyone meets here. The hero must enter his name. Attempt to enter a name. K. A message appears on the screen. The name is confirmed. Welcome, K. Channel 0.1.1.4. Make your dreams come true. K finds himself in armor. Behind him towers a huge monster. In his hands, he clutches a sword. His goal is to be number 1 in the rankings, without the right to be surpassed. Channel 0.1.1.4 will be closed soon. Today is the release day of Dreamside 2. Online queues, pre-orders, fans in front of their screens. But something goes wrong. The guy looks at the smartphone screen. A strange message pops up on the display. Channel 0.1.1.5 has been created. Welcome. You are on the ground. 30 minutes ago. Can sends SMS location. Market. Code 0.0. Express delivery completed. 1 box left at the recipient's door. A normal working day. Routine. Can confirmed the delivery. He's finished express delivery and pre-ordered the Dreamside 2. The elevator stops abruptly. The screen flickers. He presses the button to call the dispatcher. There's no response. The emergency button doesn't work. Attempt to call 9.11. Unsuccessful. Loneliness inside the elevator. Growing anxiety. Suddenly, a hologram appeared before my eyes. It appeared out of thin air. Caption: Channel 0.1.1.5 has been created. Welcome. You are on Earth. The holographic interface is familiar. Elements of Dreamside. In front of him is a bright confirmation button. It pulses, as if calling. He can't resist. His finger presses on the hologram. For a gamer like him, it's too much of a temptation. A new dialog box appears. You have received a task. Name: Escape. Difficulty: F. Description: You are stuck in an elevator. In a minute, parasites will eat it. You need to get out. If you fail, you die. Time remaining: 1 minute. Can freezes. The word death flashes. The timer begins counting down. 00:59. There is a noise, a rustling behind him. He turns around. The walls are covered with movement. Hundreds of tiny bodies. They are parasites. Cockroaches cling to the panels. They move. Can screams loudly, out of fear. The scream resounds throughout the entire block. After a while, the window appears again. The task is completed. The remaining time is 13 minutes. The reward is a rough sword. The elevator doors open, but it's not a floor, not a street, not a house. In front of him is a shimmering vortex, a portal. The portal opening coincides with the release of Dreamside 2. The game has become reality. It is unclear what is happening. And what is this strange screen with the task? He can't play. Withdrawal is taking over. The darkness thickens. 2 red eyes flicker in the depths. The gaze becomes tangible. Horror seizes him. A creature jumps out of the shadows. The little goblin attacks first. Goblin. Can wonders. He recognizes him. A warning sign appears. The system registers the damage. He gets hit multiple times. The pain is real. He doesn't believe that this is happening for real. The health bar is decreasing. Instantly. He looks at the interface. The value is dropping quickly. Less than half left. One more blow could be the last. He thinks about escape. He needs to get out of here. But fear paralyzes his movements. There are few chances. There is even less time. The goblin sniffed the air with his huge nose. Heavy breathing filled the space. He leaned closer, catching the scent of his prey. Saliva dripped from its twisted mouth. The mouth was full of small, sharp teeth. Yellow fangs gleamed in the dim light. The goblin looked menacing, but he was quite small. His appearance was frightening, but deceptive. The spectacle hid the size. He growled. His eyes never left his target. Khan was distracted for a second. It almost cost him his life. The hammer whistled past. The goblin hit the floor with force. The boy jumped to the side. Hesitating would cost him everything. He had almost no health left. One more blow, and he would be finished. No time to think. He needed to save himself. He noticed a ladder on the side. A chance to escape had appeared. But the path is blocked. A warning window has appeared. You are undergoing training. Access to the stairs is restricted. Other exits are also closed. There is nowhere to run. He was trapped. The system did not allow him to escape. The goblin swung a huge wooden hammer. He raised it high above his head. With a powerful jerk, the hammer flew, cutting through the air. The blow was aimed straight at the boy. A cry of pain and fear burst out. He crouched down sharply, dodging the blow. The hammer crashed into the wall with a loud bang, sending shards flying in all directions. The boy froze in horror. The goblin was approaching too fast. The distance between them was closing. The mob wasn't going to stop. At this point, a dialogue box popped up. The text was strange. Account linked to phone. Rewards for server shutdown received. The player's level is not high enough. Changes have been made. He didn't understand what was happening. His body suddenly calmed down. No panic. No fear. It was like everything inside him had switched off. There was a strange stability, as if a skill was being activated. But he didn't press anything. The goblin sped up again, the same hammer in his hands. Khan recognized him. A normal mob from an F-rank dungeon. In a game, he would have passed by. No threat. He was just in the way. But here, it's different. This isn't a game anymore. The goblin stood right in front of him. The chance of losing seemed zero. The goblin swung his hammer. Khan was ready. He knew he had the advantage. The goblin leapt into the air, swinging. Khan thrust his sword forward. The goblin ran straight into him. He hung there, bleeding. The hammer flew off to the side. The guy thought it was all over. But that wasn't the case. If there were at least 5 more of them here, like in the game, the question arises, can he cope? Khan decided he had to fight. He took a fighting stance, looking forward. Confidence filled him. The enemies were approaching. The sword was thrust forward, ready to strike. The goblins advanced without mercy. A few minutes later, a new message appeared. The task was overfulfilled. All monsters on the 13th floor were destroyed. Title, Evil Killer, was given. Goblin bodies were strewn everywhere. Hammers were strewn nearby. The hammer goblins despise him. Khan has received awards, tattered rags. It really is a game, he realized, but it's all happening in reality. Today is the day of the official release. The game has become a reality. He remembered the changes made earlier. His calmness was explained by this. He called up a new window. Character stats. Name, Kang Sung Jun. Age, 29. Occupation, none. Stats are equal to 5. Strength, agility, health, mana. Unique skill, celestial body. Only partial use of the skill is available due to low level. The skill Calm is activated. The skill Celestial Body. Kan was surprised. Where did he get it from? a skill that used to take a month of grinding to earn. He remembered playing this game before. He was such a psycho. This might be a reward for shutting down the server. Dreamsight is a popular but difficult game. The reason for its failure is its incredible difficulty. Players were shouting in chats. Discontent was everywhere. You had to write down the commands for the spells every time. This irritated many people. The game was for professionals only. Newbies left quickly. The main problem is that there are only 3 lives. After 3 deaths, the character is deleted. Because of this, there were few cool players, and a huge difference between the top players and everyone else. The top 12 were considered inhuman. Users called them gods. Another name for them was those above the heavens. Ranker number 1 was K, that is, him. 5 years later, the server was shut down. A poll appeared on the main page. You could choose 3 things to transfer to Dreamsight. Lightning God and Heavenly Body are variant rewards. They were called server shutdown rewards. The first Dreamsight ended there. He didn't expect to receive a reward like this. If he had known, he would have chosen a mystical item. But he returned the 3 most important things. A message appeared: closed, access denied, celestial body. Skill is partially available. Related skills are limited. Activated automatically under conditions. The dialog box confirmed partial use. The sword fit naturally in his hand. He felt something that was not in the game. He felt calm from the heavenly body. So, the other 2 skills will be there too. But they are not active yet. More for the later game. Can decided not to think about skills for now. They were of no use for now. The monster has appeared again. Dungeon transformation has been activated. Training class. Difficulty F. Condition: Parasite in Block 103 IFOC. Dungeon. Corrupted physics tree will form soon. It is necessary to survive 5 to 6 pounds of time. During this time, the dungeon is created. Time to complete: 10 minutes. Reward promised. This is a standard survival kit. Failure means death. Message: training continues. Monster level has been adjusted. Have a good game. The game wished. Khan stood and watched. He squinted in surprise. There wouldn't even be a break, which was disappointing. A huge goblin waited in the darkness, eyes glowing blue. A notification appeared. The boss will appear soon. The city was empty and quiet. There were cracks in the ceiling of the house. The light bulb was barely shining. The girl was surprised. Was there an earthquake? Or did it seem that way to her? She decided to leave, but a goblin appeared. People were waking up in their beds and seeing portals. Goblins were everywhere. They appeared in apartments, on the streets, even in houses where people sat on sofas with pets. People noticed a gap in reality. Panic grew. Monsters were everywhere. Time was ticking. 10 minutes left. Khan understood that this was bad. If everything was like in the game, then even more hammer goblins would appear, and then many people would die. Dungeonization is a phenomenon in which a normal zone becomes infested with parasites. Hordes of monsters advance. The newbies couldn't cope. They didn't gain experience. The players knew it was boring and dangerous. This was the main concept of Dreamside. However, if the building is dungeonized, non-players will not be able to fight against the motogoblins. The building was becoming infected, but the players were powerless. Khan wondered what to do. He remembered. He had cleared the 13th floor. The monsters couldn't leave their zones. If he manages to escape in 10 minutes, he will be able to clear them out. To do this, he needs to get to the roof and save the city. Cries for help were heard in the distance. The building is part of the dungeon plot. It will be completely dungeonized. The other building is accessible through the roof. But what will happen to those who remain? Khan wondered. There is a solution. Only K can save everyone. He is a top ranker, the only chance. Can decided to stay and raid the dungeon. Even in training, the boss can't stand light. He's probably hiding in the basement. That's where he'll find him. The only way out is to get there in 10 minutes. There is no other way. A portal appeared. The infection stopped. He will cope. He activated the calm skill. Forward. Time does not wait. Khan stepped into the portal. A dialogue box appeared. The room of the secret infected nature seed was discovered. It was a basement parking lot. Khan expected changes in the second part of the game, but the action is in reality. And that's the main thing. He quickly hid behind the wall. The goblins were nearby and almost noticed him. The portals lead upwards, through which the goblins move to save people. They must be blocked by killing the boss. He saw the boss, a huge goblin with a golden earring. In reality, he looked even scarier. The boss is an infected nature. He looks like the impudent movie monster Hulk. This boss is the center of the dungeon. Until the Dungeonization is complete, the place has not yet turned into a full-fledged dungeon. In training, before the completion of Dungeonization, raids are carried out according to special tactics. He glanced at the timer. There were 2 minutes and 17 seconds left. It was important to keep track of time. 1:55, the timer continued to count down. When 1 minute remains, mobs get a reduction in breathing. This changes the entire course of the battle. An exclamation mark flashed above the mob. Now, that was the moment. Khan moved to attack, swinging his sword. Tranquility skill activated. Time is almost up. Dungeonization is on the verge of completion. All monsters began to breathe heavily and intermittently. This happens in the last minute of formation. The boss freezes, having difficulty breathing. The best moment to strike is right now. Many players took advantage of this window of opportunity. Leveling up was a welcome prospect for everyone. Khan wasn't sure if that worked here, but there seemed to be no exceptions. The goblins opened their mouths in anger, breathing out heat and malice. First, we need to disorient the little ones, Khan decided. The cars were knocked down, and he deftly ran along them. The mobs, confused, turned their heads in confusion. He knew it, flashed through his mind. A notification appeared. Title received. Cowardly Assassin. Goblin's rage increased. He put on his gear. The decision had been correct in advance. The boss's rage had weakened his ability to assess the situation. The boss's eyes filled with bloody light. The contraction of breathing ended, although no movement of the goblin is forced. Only a moment remains. The goblin stepped forward, heavily but unstoppably. Before he could attack, Khan had to finish him off. He swung, the sword rising. Strike. Dark blood flowed. The goblin screamed. The ground shook. Khan struck again, straight into the chest. What should have been a normal morning turned out to be completely different. 10 minutes changed everything. The broadcast began as usual. A weather forecast, the familiar voice of the presenter, a mention of cloudiness and a high concentration of fine dust. A warning not to leave the house. Everything looked familiar, as if nothing foreshadowed change. But it was on this morning, around 6 o'clock, that an incident occurred in the center of Seoul. First only there, and then almost simultaneously throughout the country. People woke up and discovered portals, cracks in space. Creatures came out of them. Goblins. Dialogue boxes, interface, tasks, timers popped up on the screens. It was like dream sight. The game, once considered too difficult, was now taking place in reality. The Dungeonization began. The infection spread, turning ordinary buildings into monster-infested areas. Non-players were powerless to resist. Events were developing rapidly. Panic, fear, misunderstanding. The world was changing. Videos of unexpected monster appearances have started appearing on the internet. YouTube has been flooded with videos of video game creatures walking down the streets. People filmed what was happening on their phones, posted it online, and discussed it. The information flow was powerful, but short-lived. The internet began to malfunction. News portals were choking with headlines. Urgent reports were flashing more and more often. Unknown creatures were spotted in the city center. Contact with an unidentified monster was recorded at approximately 6 in the morning. Comments from news agencies came in one after another. Some claimed that these were the enemies from Dreamsider 2. Some said that Dreamsider had become a reality. Posts with such claims were deleted almost immediately. People were confused. Everything that was happening still seemed impossible. Those who were not at the scene tended to think that it was just a prank, a viral advertisement, or a fake. In the fitting room, a morning conversation between two girls could be heard. One, hearing the news mentioned, irritably asked not to start. People are already saying a lot of things, like, it's just cool graphics. But they weren't there themselves, so they're just chatting. As long as everything is quiet with them, there is no need to worry. Although, if everything turns out to be true, then the situation is more reminiscent of a movie. Thoughts are material after all. One of the girls, Hana, a popular idol, picked up her phone. A YouTube video was playing on the screen. She immediately recognized what was happening. The interface, the monsters, the streets. It was Dreamside. In the video, a man was filming what was happening in the city center. He showed monsters that were attacking people. The frame showed lizards with spears, seemingly descending from the sky. The man was shouting something. He was going to give these assholes a beating. He assured the audience that they would owe him $300 if he could do it. Then the screen went black. The broadcast suddenly ended. The Dungeonization had indeed begun, the girl noticed, looking at the screen. Hana was asked not to move. The makeup artist was adjusting the lighting and touching up her makeup. Hana was her name. On stage, under the bright lights and in front of millions of people, she was unrivaled. The country's top singer and songwriter, she has been called an idol, a cover star, a star of commercials, TV series, and films. However, behind this image of a sweet and perfect girl, there was one secret. A voice came from behind her. Someone called out to her. It was the manager. He was walking quickly towards her. Everything that was planned for the day was cancelled. It was necessary to urgently return to the hostel. Hana turned around in surprise and asked incredulously how all the events could be cancelled. She handed the manager her phone, showing the video of the monsters. The manager frowned, glanced at the screen, raised his voice, reminded her that she was actually forbidden to use the phone. The director will be displeased again. In the video, he just waved his hand, deciding that it was some kind of movie. But Hana insisted, "This is not editing or advertising. This is a live broadcast. On the screen is the Lizard Man, and he's heading straight for Namsan Tower. And over there, behind him, is the Red Wyvern." She spoke excitedly, almost breaking down. Dreamside has become a reality. This is not a rumor, but a disaster. But the manager just threw up his hands in irritation. That dream side of hers again. He snatched the phone from her, calling it an addiction. He decided to confiscate the device. Hana screamed in indignation. Choi Hana's secret was that behind the innocent, sweet, and talented star image, she was one of the strongest players in Dreamside. One of the those above the sky. She was part of the legendary 12, an elite group that became a myth among ordinary users. No one in her circle knew about it. Not her fans, not her manager, not even her close ones. It was all carefully hidden. But in the past, when Dreamside was still a game, she fought under a different name and reached the top, proving that she could compete with the strongest. Among those 12, she was a magic shooter, nicknamed Clark. Rank 12. He was proficient with weapons and was considered one of the most versatile fighters. To avoid being recognized in the game, Hana used a voice filter and played as a middle-aged man. Nobody in the country knew that Clark was her alter ego in the game and at the same time a national idol. But with the start of the Dungeonization, there was no longer any need to hide it. Meanwhile, the manager took the phone from Hana and hid it in his bag, intending to hand it over to the director. He explained that he was acting for the good of her reputation and trying to protect her from possible rehabilitation. But if she persisted, he would have no choice. The world around him had turned upside down, and for Hana, that meant even more restrictions and pressure. They said that if you link your phone to your account, you can access items and abilities from the game. Hana tried to convince the manager of this, but he only sighed and tried to explain his concerns. A sudden earthquake caught everyone by surprise. Cosmetics fell from the table, the manager fell, complaining of back pain. Hana rushed for her phone. She told the manager to stay put and not move, and she connected herself. The manager was confused when Hana logged into her account and received a notification about the registration reward. A magic revolver. A real, tangible revolver appeared in her hands, and this was not a dream. She could actually shoot it. The manager was scared. It was too dangerous. At that moment, a monster's hand came out of the portal. It was a ghoul. Hana noted that in real life, the monster looks much more disgusting than in the game. The manager screamed. She calmly pointed the revolver at the monster. Hana thought one bullet would be enough. Hana pulled the trigger. There was a click, but the monster still stood motionless nearby. The shot didn't work. The phone started synchronizing with the game. The game asked to wait. The monster was already close and was preparing to attack. Hana dodged. She screamed, calling for the phone to work faster. Finally, the synchronization was 100% complete, and Hana calmly pointed the gun at the monster, firing. The bullet killed the enemy, and he fell to the floor. The manager asked in confusion what was going on, and Hana replied that he had better run. She needed to go to an important place. The manager tried to find out where exactly, and heard a name. K. A man who understands all the battles of this game. The underground parking lot was empty, and the goblin boss lay with his head cut off. Can stood nearby, looking at the dialogue box that reported the unsuccessful dungeonization of the infected nature tree. The monsters and ranks were destroyed successfully. He stepped on the scattered balls on the floor. They disappeared, leaving only traces of damage and bloodstains. Can realized that a raid here was unlikely to be repeated anytime soon. A new dialogue box appeared in front of him with a training task, the Labyrinth of Choice. This was the last part of the training, where the reward was supposed to be a new ability. However, the training was not completed as Can left the dungeon and returned to the beginning, which meant having to go through the training again. Khan entered the portal. The Dreamside training map opened up before him, real and tangible. He could smell and sense the temperature of the environment, a stunning quality of simulation. There were 4 more portals around. This was the Labyrinth of Choice itself, the final stage of training. Upon completion, the player received an ability, the level of which depended on the chosen difficulty. On easy difficulty, the reward was rank F. On hell, rank A. Usually, Khan preferred hell difficulty, but it was designed in such a way that it was impossible to pass. He recalled how, in the game, when faced with this difficulty, he would scream that his character was doomed. The problem was never fixed, despite complaints from many players. Hell difficulty was always considered an unachievable goal. However, there was one player who managed to complete it. But Khan remembered how many times he died and how many accounts he lost. Now, the circumstances were different. A dialogue box with an information panel appeared. Easy, 130.291. Normal, 330.215. Hard, 115.291, Hell, 120.0. Can stared at the screen. There were 120 people trying to beat the Hell difficulty. All players, and their number was constantly growing. The scale of what was happening was astonishing. So many participants meant that the phenomenon covered a vast area, at least all of Korea, and possibly the entire world. In my thoughts, I was asking people not to die. But first, I had to take care of myself. Despite everything, the choice fell on the hellish difficulty. Khan approached the portal and entered it. Can took a fighting stance. His level is 1. The Hell mode is selected. The task was to protect the statue of the goddess from golems in a confined space, with a time limit of 5 minutes. Failure meant death. There were 5 minutes left on the screen. He stood alone, surrounded by golems, at the foot of the statue. Time passed. The time limit was only in Hell difficulty. There was no turning back. The monsters were slowly but surely advancing. Khan continued to fight, cutting through the golems with his sword. Stone fragments flew in all directions. The first minutes seemed easier than he expected. However, the situation soon began to change. With dark flashes, golems with bright red eyes appeared, a sign of an enhanced form of enemies. A warning appeared on the screen. The oxygen level in the dome was low. The monsters became more active, and the space itself began to oppress. Khan's reaction time decreased, first by 0.5 seconds, then by a full second. Their speed and strength increased proportionally. At the 3-minute mark of time remaining, the slowdown reached 1.5 seconds, and the enemy's power increased by 15%. Khan felt his body losing its response. Every step required effort. Every movement required calculation. He could no longer simply react. He had to anticipate. Anticipate blows that hadn't happened yet. It was a real test, not only of strength, but also of intelligence. There were 2 minutes left. Khan's reaction time was already slowed by 2 seconds, and the monsters became stronger by 20%. This was the threshold beyond which the real torture began. The hellish complexity now fully revealed its true essence. Every blow, every mistake could be the last. But right now, the game has changed. A notification has appeared. Completed. You have completed the hidden task. Evade for 3 minutes on Hell difficulty. It was a secret mission. One of those that are not shown in the description and exist only for those who know or find them themselves. Only on Hell difficulty. Completing it unlocked a secret phase. Suddenly, all the golems around Khan began to stick together. Stone to stone, limb to limb. From several dozen monsters, one was formed. A combined golem. A training boss with an unknown level. It was huge, heavy, and with every second it threatened to crush everything within its radius of impact. When it opened its mouth, one could see the hot magma inside and the stone fangs. He was breathing heavily, like a living creature. This was no longer a game. Khan stood there, clutching the hilt of his sword, smiling. This is what all this is for, he thought. Secret missions on Hell difficulty unlocked stat boosts that were not available on either easy or hard difficulty. Only here, only for those who are ready to take risks from the very beginning. Now there was only one task left, to defeat the boss. 2 minutes left. Slow reaction for now. One chance. Khan took a deep breath and stepped towards his boss. With each blow to the body of the combined golem, his sword began to crumble. The metal could not withstand the load. He knew he could only get the reward once the phase was over. Until then, all he had to do was endure. At that moment, a dialogue box opened in front of him. The weapon changed automatically. The rough sword disappeared, and in his hands was a defiled hammer of physical damage. The new weight was hard, But the weapon responded to his determination. All that was left was to take the fight again, with a different weapon and a different approach. Khan intercepted the hammer and moved forward, entering the decisive phase of the battle. Khan stood before the massive monster, counting down every second. There was only 1 minute and 30 seconds left until the end of the test. He clutched the new hammer in his hands and rushed into the attack. The weapon cut through the air with a screech, and the first blow landed right on the enemy's body. He assessed the situation. The enemy belonged to the initial stage of training, which meant that he could be defeated if he accurately reduced his health. Khan noticed a weak point, a core located on the stomach. In the game, it was easy to reach, but in reality, the jump was too difficult. He changed tactics, concentrating his blows on the legs. The heavy hammer crushed the joints, and soon the monster fell, huddling towards the ground. This was his chance. He jumped up and hit the core right on the head. There was a crunch. The light in the golem's body went out, and it froze. Khan was breathing heavily. There were 37 seconds left until the timer ran out. A dialogue box appeared on the screen. Congratulations! You have completed the first stage of the tutorial. Difficulty: Hell. Time remaining: 00:37. Khan chuckled. He really did have a little time left. Khan felt his breathing gradually even out, and his body fill with new strength. He noted to himself how much time he had saved by changing his weapon to the desecrated hammer. The impact damage played a key role, allowing him to quickly throw the enemy off balance. This decision turned out to be a good one, and he knew that he was truly lucky. Messages began to pop up on the screen. You have received rewards for completing the first stage of training. Completed. Stage 1. Difficulty: Hell. Reward: Endurance, a rank. Hidden reward: Endurance, a rank. You have received a significant increase in health. Some elements of the heavenly body skill have been activated. Unlocked the skill: Dragon's Eye. Khan's eyes lit up, filling with a special light. The effect of the new skill began to manifest in reality. He felt his vision sharpen, his gaze piercing space, as if he could anticipate movements and sense the strength of his opponent on an instinctive level. He realized with satisfaction it had all been worth it. The difficulty of Hell brought not just status, it gave top-class rewards, rare even for the later stages. In the past, in the real game, he spent a month going through the training. Now he walked through the hellish complexity as if it were his natural environment. The green-skinned monster that fell to the ground was proof of his progress. Every move was calculated. He didn't just strike, he anticipated their development. His power was given to him by the Dragon's Eye, which allowed him to see even through shadows and foliage, sense mana flows, and find the enemy even before he attacks. He felt like a hunter on a trail. There was a creature hiding in the leaves. Khan knew where it was before it showed itself. The flow of mana gave it away. He killed all the slimes. Another hidden task was completed, destroying the dark aura on hellish difficulty. But then, someone was there. He saw thanks to his skill, and this automatically opened a new hidden phase. Unexpected, even for him. A goblin appeared right in front of him, unlike the other enemies. Her skin was an emerald color, and huge wings spread out behind her back. There was rage and intelligence in her gaze. The system identified her as a hidden boss, level unknown. The creature spoke, its voice hoarse but cold as ice. She turned to Kanu, accusing him of arrogance, claiming that he could have survived if he had pretended not to notice her. But now he was her prey. She didn't inspire the usual fear. She exuded a threat on a deeper level, like a harbinger of doom. Khan, having disappeared from her field of vision, appeared behind her and delivered a precise, fatal blow. The goblin's body was cut in two, and she fell, enveloped in her own black mana. He landed nearby, watching as her remains dissolved into thin air. She tried to say that she was still alive, but it was only a phantom, a voice sent from her real body, located in another dimension. Khan reacted calmly. He was no longer the one who stood at the entrance to the labyrinth of choice. He had changed. He had become stronger. And now he was ready to move on. The system recorded his success. Congratulations. You have completed all stages of training. Difficulty: hellish. Rewards received: experience, items, unlocking the main progression branch. The transfer to the settlement will begin in 5 seconds. Khan looked into the space in front of him. Everything was blurring, disappearing. He waited calmly. The world had changed. A new chapter was beginning. Now it was time to level up. Khan has moved to a new location. The surrounding area was devastated. Dusty roads, dilapidated buildings, and debris everywhere, indicating recent large-scale events. A system message appeared on the screen, stating that the choice maze had been successfully completed on Hell difficulty, and the rewards had been sent to the inventory. The date of synchronization with the real world was also recorded. January 17th, 2022, 1710. Khan realized that 3 months had already passed since he entered the labyrinth, although to him it seemed like just a few days filled with fighting and tension. He had not expected such a long absence from the real world and understood that a lot could have changed during this time. The main task was to find other survivors. Perhaps someone else had completed training or was left here without abilities and a chance of salvation. The atmosphere at Seoul High School was tense. People discussed that inaction was not an option. The situation required decisive action. The moment came when the changes were over, and there was only 1 day left to clear the E-rank dungeon. In the center of the crowd stood the policeman on whom they had placed their hopes. But he remained silent. One of the students grabbed him by the jacket, trying to squeeze some kind of plan out of him. It was clear to them that things were far from as simple as the game made them out to be, and that they had no lives to spare. The stakes were too high, and they could die. The officer stopped the teenager's hand, noticing his fear. He himself was anxious, but he understood the need to act. A dungeon rift was about to occur, a dangerous phenomenon in which the number of monsters increases sharply, and they begin to emerge. During a rift, the portal turns red, and the dungeon's rank begins to gradually increase. At school, the dungeon had already experienced one such rift, and its level began to rise to D rank, increasing the threat to everyone around. People realized that the level of difficulty of the dungeon would be beyond their capabilities. Before this, they could only handle F-rank dungeons, but if the rank rose to D, the situation would become critical. Now there was only one chance left, because a second rift could be fatal for everyone. A boy named Gongji Won, a merchant, raised his hand and asked, "Why do the dungeons here level up so quickly, while others in the region are still at F rank?" The officer explained that it was all related to the monster's characteristics. These are mostly zombies that infect with a bite instantly, turning the victim into one of their own. This explains the rapid growth of the dungeon rank. Mobs can turn into zombies, even corpses. He recalled that the school was already an underground dungeon. The innocent children who studied there were helpless before the attack of the dead. The officer paused for a moment, remembering the losses, family and friends that no one would forget. But then he called on everyone to fight to protect their home, loved ones, and themselves in a changed world. This struggle became their duty and their only chance to survive. In this world, the dungeon is a real disaster that threatens lives. The officer understood that their plan looked crazy, but he considered it necessary to do everything possible for the sake of people's survival. Despite the lack of a top ranker in the group, they had hope: Hana. Having gathered himself, the officer gave the command to immediately enter the portal and everyone began to cross through it, preparing for the upcoming battle. The apartments and the FOC were filled with dead bodies. Khan knew he needed to find the living players immediately. At school, he noticed a red portal, the most dangerous color. The color of the portal reflected the state of the dungeon. Blue, easy, green, normal, red. A signal of the beginning of a rift. The dungeon will break when the portal turns black. The destroyed school, designated Ruins E, had only 24 hours left before the rift. Khan noticed warm coals, which meant that people had recently been present. There was still time to try to save them. But time passed too quickly. First, there were 22 hours left, then 21, and finally, 20 hours before the rift. Khan understood that with the onset of the rift, monsters would begin to appear more frequently and in huge numbers, which threatened to destroy the population. If nothing changed, everyone in the dungeon would die. Khan kept repeating this thought over and over again. But there was something else, no less important. He had to find out why the acceleration of the transformation had begun. He stepped into the portal and immediately found himself inside a new structure. The dungeon was adapting to its rank. While the F-rank room remained unchanged, the E-rank dungeons had objects that increased in size several times, exceeding the height of a person. Khan found himself in an empty school classroom, where each desk was the size of a car, and the chairs were massive columns. These structural changes were called expansion, a process in which the dungeon expanded in space to match the threat level. The difference with F-rank dungeons was obvious, but even at E-rank, Khan couldn't afford to relax yet. His level was still too low to feel confident. Suddenly, a figure jumped out of the shadows ahead. It was a skeleton, about level 40, restless, possessed by a cursed spirit. Khan became wary. Yes, just like in a horror movie, he thought. The skeleton's eyes glowed red, and he charged forward. Khan didn't hesitate, drawing his sword and delivering a sharp blow. The bones flew apart. The skeleton fell apart. Before he could catch his breath, a second one appeared. This one tried to bite him, but Khan, acting preemptively, thrust a blade into his mouth. He knew these creatures had a weakness. He needed to find the core. Its weak point was in the neck. If the cursed spirit is expelled from the cervical segment, the structure will fall apart. Khan took aim with skill, struck, and the enemy crumbled as if he had never been there. At this point, a notification appeared. Congratulations, your level has increased. He paused, frozen for a moment. It had been so long since he had heard that sound. It used to be constant, especially at the beginning of his training. But after level 30, when growth slowed down, it disappeared. Save up some points, thought Khan. And then a new notification. Quest: Master of Surprise Attacks. Condition: attack enemies 100 times in a row. Without wasting time, Khan rushed into battle. Wave after wave, blows followed one after another. He hit precisely, sharply, leaving no chance. Soon, a message appeared on the screen. You have successfully completed the task. Title received: Master of Surprise Attacks. He seemed to have struck gold, thought Khan with satisfaction, but he immediately became wary. These mobs, he didn't kill them. So someone was here before, or is still nearby. We need to wait with leveling up. At the same time, in a completely different part of the dungeon, an explosion was heard, and the policeman retreated in panic, covering the backs of his teammates. Screams were heard everywhere. Someone was calling for help. Someone was begging not to come closer. The group was attacked by skeletons, and the situation was rapidly getting out of control. No one understood what was happening. An hour earlier, when they had just entered through the portal, the situation had seemed much calmer. People already familiar with the dangers of the dungeons confidently fought the skeletons. The policeman watched the proceedings with amazement, thinking that the players were doing a great job. Looks like everything is under control. I won't even have to make any big sacrifices, he thought with relief, watching Hana confidently shoot, covering the others. But a sudden explosion upset this fragile balance. The earth shook. What's going on? This wasn't part of the plan, the policeman thought anxiously. He tried to take control of the situation, giving the order to split up to avoid mass destruction. However, things only got worse. From the smoke and dust, unknown figures began to appear. Masked figures. Their behavior, growth, actions, everything indicated that these were not ordinary mobs. They're not from the system, not mobs. So, players. Hostile players. The thought flashed. Realizing that the chances of a fight were too small, he tried to lead the remaining people out of the affected area, but it was all in vain. One of the mask-wearers attacked unexpectedly. The blow was devastating. The policeman was thrown straight into the wall. He stood up with difficulty, realizing that he had almost no strength left. He was powerless against him. Meanwhile, the man in the mask slowly approached. His voice was dull and cold. He didn't recognize him. What a pity! He had aged greatly since their last meeting. The policeman froze. It was as if his memory was trying to break through the fog. He had met him before. But when? He remembered him. That same prisoner who was interrogated under the flashing lights of cameras and the onslaught of reporters. Back then, everyone cared about one thing: why he killed, why he hated women. He remembered every frame, every phrase. Now this man stood before him, in the dungeon, in the player's combat gear, with his mask removed. And at that very moment, everything became clear to the policeman. In front of him was none other than Sue, a detective from the 2nd Division, according to the documents. But in reality, he is Sue, a serial killer sentenced to death. A notorious devil who killed 7 people. 8 years ago, he went out of his way to arrest him. And now he's here. He's become a player. The thought was painful. If he could become a player, then perhaps his other accomplices, just like him, had also ended up here. A scenario that should not have happened. The worst possible one. He looked back. Doubt grew. Was anyone from his team still alive? Was there a chance that someone had survived, was hiding, knew how to fight? "You're hoping that a sudden savior will appear," Sue said mockingly. He had already killed everyone. A smile shone on his face, but there was nothing human in it. At that moment, there was an explosion from behind. The policeman turned around abruptly. The explosion was powerful. The ground shook. The bandit grabbed the mask and quickly put it on. Khan met a masked man. The officer warned him of the mortal danger around him, but Khan was not going to retreat. The masked man used magic. The force was noticeable, and the officer realized that the situation was critical. The danger detection skill was activated. Khan understood everything. The smoke cleared, and Khan activated the dragon's eye. Khan realized that the masked man was connected to this situation, and, despite the threat, believed that it would be easier to deal with him compared to the labyrinth of choices. He changed his weapon to a strong sword and prepared for the decisive battle. The masked man demonstrated his strength by snapping his fingers and delivering a punch. This time, Khan won't miss. His movements reminded him of someone. Khan guessed that he was dealing with a serial player killer, a red player known for constantly killing other players. In Dreamside, everyone only had 3 lives, and such players were considered a real threat. Even the developers saw them as a serious problem. Khan recalled that, because of one such player, he almost failed the raid. These players were the cause of death of many. It was not the monsters that killed, but the players themselves. The masked man ordered Kanu not to interfere and leave, promising to let him go if he left now. Khan asked if he was really just going to let go, but the officer yelled, warning that this was a serial killer. The masked man, Huang Dong-su, is a prison escapee whose name was revealed in the news. Kan had no intention of leaving his enemies alive and drew his sword. The danger detection skills and the dragon's eye worked. The masked man was surprised how Kan knew his identity. Kan attacked, and the enemy's concealment was broken. The mask fell, revealing the enemy's face. As a result, player Kang Won-jong died from Kang's blow, and he received a solid upper reinforcement. Kan reminded us of the great responsibility that comes with great power, hinting at the danger. It is time to take responsibility. Kan changed the weapon and threw it at the killer. The skill isolation layered on top would increase the defense, Kan thought. The player died from a knife attack and was rewarded with a birch staff. Kan rushed to attack. He managed to strike, but the masked man activated his magic power. Kan used the weapon's return function. He caught the sword and attacked again. The enemy screamed, coughed, uttered his last words, and fell face down. Kan leveled up. The system identified them as mobs. This man had killed many players, so his death was not pitiful. Kan received the item, the dungeon grass, and realized why everyone was in such a hurry. He had to hurry too. Kan stood over the policeman, who identified himself as Cop Odense, shaking, holding the mask in his hands. The policeman said that Huang Dong-su had killed his sister and thanked Kang for saving him. Kan replied that it was a small thing, because he deserved punishment. The policeman asked for help. His people were ambushed by Huang Dong-su. The group split up. There were at least 10 enemies. Kan was surprised to hear the number. Odenso explained that the victims were prisoners who had become gamblers. Monsters don't touch them, so they must have a special item. Their target is Gunner Clark, which shocks Kan when he learns it's Hana. Puck realizes things are getting serious. There were 2 people standing near the concert hall discussing the situation. No one expected that the shooter would be a girl, and Hana herself, a famous idol singer and an excellent player. She was ranked 12th and was known as the Magic Revolver Shooter for her skill with the weapon. It was surprising that Hana spent so much on donations. The conversation turned to games and the differences between Hana and her player, and then to the success of the unexpected plan. The mobs didn't pay attention to them because they used the abilities and buffs of dead players, which persisted for 24 hours after death. Soon, they approached the gymnasium. Corpses were lying around, evidence of brutal battles. A dialogue box appeared. There were only 3 hours left before the dungeon would break. Kan was sure that someone was artificially speeding up the passage of time. He remembered that the grass from the dungeon did not sell well in stores, but it could be used to speed up the rift, making it a valuable resource in the current environment. The method was simple. You had to create a flower by mixing grass and water from the dungeon. However, water only fell in dungeons of B rank and above, which was surprising. This meant that among those they encountered was a player who had been playing long enough to receive water as a rare reward for shutting down the server. Most of the prisoners were unable to choose an item after it was closed, so this man was clearly different from the others. At the same time, there was hope that Hana was out of danger. At this time, Hana fought under a hail of arrows, deftly dodging attacks. She noticed that the arrows were flying from above and managed to dodge, although she hit her hand when she landed. Near her stood masked archers and a huge level E boss, Death Knight Vondisi, who possessed incredible defense and strength. Despite his fearsome title, he fought only with a sword, making his movements predictable. Hana preferred to deal damage from a distance, and this opponent was a suitable challenge for her. Although the situation was complicated by the archer and other masked men who seemed to be hunting her, Hana wondered why the knight didn't attack these people, and if they had some kind of item. She understood that these were not ordinary enemies in front of her, but real players who couldn't just be shot. The monster was getting closer, and Hana concentrated, realizing that this was no longer a game, but a harsh reality where there was almost no choice. The arrows were flying straight at Hana, and the enemy was standing in front. She quickly aimed the revolver and fired. The bullet hit one of the attackers in the head, and he collapsed. It was not for nothing that she was considered a ranker. The other masked men did not hesitate to respond and continued shooting, but one of them, Yang Hyun-chun, died. A notification about receiving a poisonous potion has appeared. A monster appeared, and Hana realized that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Soon, everything around would be destroyed. She couldn't believe how strong this boss was. On the screen, it suddenly seemed like her health was decreasing even when she dodged attacks. It was all so realistic. The time before the dungeon's breakthrough was only 3 hours away. It seemed to speed up, which shocked Hana. With this level, she won't be able to deal with this monster in such a short time. And if a rift occurs, the enemy's level will increase to D, which will be a disaster. She had only one choice. She shot the monster, and the Death Knight lost consciousness for 5 seconds. Hana used the skill Blood Sphere. A huge red hemisphere appeared in the air. She rushed to attack, jumped up, and fired straight into the enemy's head, feeling blood flowing from her nose. Realizing that her current body couldn't hold out for long, she knew she had to kill the enemy with the first shot. Her finger pressed the trigger. At the last moment there was a cry of, "Run!" Zrenya Khan. Khan shouted loudly for Hana to run. She was surprised. The monster was alive. She missed, and it did not receive any damage. Confusion grew inside her. She thought she had missed, but her stamina was already almost at 0. Panic overwhelmed her. It seemed like it was all over. However, the monster couldn't strike because of the barrier that had been set up for 3 seconds. Hana fell, but then Khan grabbed her. She looked at him. They stood together in front of the monster. Khan asked if Hana was okay, and she responded with surprise. Who was he? The boss was seething with anger and growling. Hana noted that he had evolved. Vondius's level actually reached D. There is almost no chance of winning. But since the boss would need time to adapt after leveling up, this gave them hope. Hana turned to the remaining people, calling for them to flee, since it was impossible to kill the demon. The policeman was nearby. The shots died down. Probably the enemies were trying to escape through the exit so as not to run into Vondius. Better to meet them now than the boss later. However, it was difficult to save the rest of the people. Hana grabbed Khan by the shirt and asked if he was going to fight the boss, since his equipment was weak. Khan had a long sword. With such a weapon, he would have to tinker with it. Khan asked to borrow a weapon, and the policeman handed him a level 80 magic spear, the Wave Rider Spear. It creates waves that increase damage, but if the user's level is insufficient, the weapon will not display its full power and will remain sealed. A vortex of energy swirled around Khan, and Hana was surprised to see that the awakening of the magical spear meant that its level was above 80. She remembered how he had strengthened his body and even held her while she used the blood sphere. It was clearly above average. Khan is a high-level player, and he decided to start an attack. The demon lord Vondius was already nearby, his eyes burning with fury, preparing for battle. Khan offered Hana to drink the potion. Dragon's Eye, a skill that reveals the enemy's weak point, has been activated. His weak point has not changed. A whirlwind, controlled by Khan, swirled around the monster, weakening the enemy. The monster growled and tried to strike, but Khan jumped back in time. He understood that Vondius could not yet fully resist his power. Adaptation to new abilities was not yet complete. He was now the most vulnerable of all the D-tier bosses. Khan knew they could defeat him, but time was running out. A voice was heard from behind. Hana was surprised. Where did he get such a high-level potion from? Khan replied curtly that it didn't matter, telling her to hurry before the substance consumed her. She merely said that she was going to act without his words. At that moment, Hana pushed off the ground, jumped into the air, and took aim. A bullet flew out of the revolver, right on target. The shot hit the target. The monster shuddered. The interface text flashed. Demon Lord Vandas is immobilized for 3 seconds. Great. Now, Khan didn't waste a second. He activated the skill. The spear flared with the force of the wave, and, describing an arc, soared towards the target. A powerful throw flew through the air. The sharp tip of the weapon pierced the monster's body. At that moment, Vandas's body shuddered. Cracks ran across it. The flesh began to crumble as if peeling apart from the inside. A roar of pain rang out, deafening and piercing. The boss's body was riddled with holes from which dark energy flowed. He staggered and collapsed. A dialogue box appeared on the interface. You have defeated the D-tier boss, Demon Lord Vandas. Kan, the officer, and Hana watched the system pop up. Notifications about leveling up appeared one after another. Then came the message about the enrollment of the first cleanup of the destroyed school. At this time, near the school, next to the red portal, people in dark cloaks and masks stood in ambush. They were expecting Clark to come out, considering her a key element of their plan. It was believed that she couldn't survive an encounter with a D-tier boss, especially not being a level 80 player. It was assumed that even with her skills, this would not be enough. Despite the doubts, surveillance of the portal continued. One of the masked men noticed the change. The system reported that the fallen school had been completely cleared. Then came a notification about the cancellation of the rift. From now on, monsters will appear in the dungeon in limited numbers, and the rift itself is impossible without special events. The observers realized that Clark and her allies had survived. There was no choice. One of the gang members looked at the screen of a mobile device. It read, Blacklist O disappeared from the selection maze. This meant that the target was already taken or had gone beyond the tracking system. A thought flashed through my head. Retreat. K disappeared, as if he had never been there. At this time, Khan felt a strange feeling, as if someone was talking about him behind his back or remembering him, as if a thin thread connected him with invisible observers. He handed the weapon back to the officer. The officer accepted it, expressing gratitude. It was all part of their mutual trust. The policeman, still tense after the fight, just waved his hand. It wasn't worth the thanks. Hana looked at Khan intently, as if she recognized something. There was uncertainty in her voice, mixed with guesswork. She spoke slowly, as if testing her theory. Was it really him? The question was simple. Was he K? Kan looked at Hana seriously, noticing the steam rising from her nose. He hesitated a little and thought, yes, he is K. A smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, a voice sounded. What is this? Impossible. The policeman noted that although Khan's abilities were impressive, the #1 ranker had already left the labyrinth of choice, and the probability that he is here during the dungeon break is almost 0. The policeman himself considered the chances of such a coincidence to be negligible. Hana shared this opinion, and she admitted that she came here to meet K, because there were rumors about places that did not become dungeons, and no one knew who was behind it. That explained her mistake. She had simply misunderstood the situation. Kan knew deep down that he was K. Hana realized her mistake and regretted it. She apologized for not thanking Kan first. He calmly replied that everything was fine. Then he suggested that they look for survivors. Hana was surprised, but agreed. A group of survivors had gathered in an abandoned school storeroom. One man lay on a mattress while another helped him. The policeman expressed relief that many had managed to survive, as they were afraid that they would not find anyone at all. It turned out that most of them were just hiding. One of the men apologized for not helping earlier, but the police officer reassured him, saying that the main thing was that they were alive. The guy was examined and asked how he felt and whether he could move. The answer was positive, and the supply of potions would soon get him back on his feet. Can watched what was happening and agreed with the policeman. The survivors will become stronger. Even if the detective thinks otherwise, he thinks he will be useful. The girl asked Hana how she felt, and she admitted that she screwed up a little but did not consider it a problem. After this, the policeman suggested going to the camp and invited Kan to join him, who was surprised by this decision. Kan and Hana engage in combat with the skeletons. People were talking about them. Hana didn't surprise anyone, but Kan, yes, who is he? They headed to Station 3, Banjo. All the monsters outside were F-level, having emerged from the dungeon during the rift. Since they have lived in cramped spaces for a long time before, they most likely won't come here. The location turned out to be good. As they walked down the steps, they saw many people sitting on the floor. They immediately recognized the detective and greeted him joyfully. People expressed gratitude that everyone was safe and sound. The detective asked how they were doing, turning to the old man, who assured them with a smile that everything was fine and offered to bring them some food. The policeman suggested that Kanu take a rest while he prepared the food. Kan sat down, thinking about the past day. Dungeons, the dead, fights, although not too difficult, they frayed his nerves, and fatigue was accumulating. However, he understood that he could not let his guard down. Suddenly, he remembered about the reward for defeating the boss. Now was the best time to check it. He already had an idea of what he could get. In Kan's inventory was the blade of Vanda's regrets, a sword infused with the memory of Vanda's, who died without ever having exacted his revenge. The blade had a unique ability to be covered in ice. Required level to use: 120. Damage: 175. Class: 8. Kan thought as he studied the screen. Even with all the stat points he had collected, he would barely be able to reach level 100. If it was level restricted, it would require adding stat points, or it would be impossible to use. The required level of 120 meant that the total points should have been around 600. However, the detective was able to use the magic spear, even though he had not reached level 80. Khan assumed that a slight discrepancy was acceptable. He pressed a button and pulled out a book from his inventory, sealed and in chains. It couldn't be used. The damage was 0. Class: L. Legendary item. Kan realized that the conditions for opening had not yet been met. This was the book he had come here for. He would have to try. Then Kan took out from his inventory a small animal that could fit in the palm of his hand. He greeted him and pressed the animal's nose. The animal, named Goran, woke up at the will of its owner. Kan was surprised when the little animal jumped out of his hands. The little animal stood up to its full height, waving its paws and purring. Apparently, Goran was catastrophically hungry. A window appeared on the screen demanding that the pet be given nutritious food. The smell of delicious food pleased the animal, but its reaction remained tense. Kan realized that the only reason for his anger could be the dungeon. Goran was his pet who had followed him around Dreamside, and now his awakening was accompanied by anxiety. A train rushed past in the subway. Kan mentally noted that the situation wasn't that bad right now. At that moment, he was in the form of a squirrel, but his true identity was a dungeon-eating monster. Monster Gregory. Monster Gregory is my former pet, whom I met at level 50 and received as a reward for closing the 3rd server. Goran feeds exclusively on monsters from the dungeon, so his anxiety is always connected to something happening in this world. The problem is that the alarm started where there were a lot of people. Kan wondered what exactly Goran was reacting to, since he usually didn't notice the players. At this time, people around thanked each other and tried to calm down. Kan suggested that the problem might be the skeletons, low-intelligence E-level monsters that may have been released during the dungeon's collapse. There are only 2 options left. Either something is wrong with Goran, or something is happening here. The situation seemed strange because Goran specializes in smells, and it is not always clear what exactly attracts him. At that moment, a weak voice of a man was heard from the tent, complaining that he was dying of hunger. Can noticed his black nails, black eyes. Obviously, the man was on the edge. This, according to Khan, was the essence of the problem. People gathered together and discussed the current situation. One of them expressed doubt, believing that killing skeletons was dangerous. He reminded them that the dungeon was closed, and if they hid, the monsters would go away, meaning the danger would be eliminated. He asked why they should take such a risk. The policeman explained that the skeletons had begun to move in different directions, and if nothing was done, many people could die. He noted that this could be a chance to level up. The monsters are dangerous thanks to the buffs from the dungeon. Now they are weakened. Besides, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun is at its zenith. At this time, the dead are at their weakest. The policeman noted that he is not forcing anyone to take risks. Everyone decides for themselves, because it is their life. The soldier asked if everyone was ready to decide on a plan of action, suggesting that they split into a squad of hunters and a camp guard. Can thought that he couldn't miss such a chance to level up, especially since he needed to find something. There were newcomers among them, and they decided to introduce themselves to each other first. Odinson is a cop. He introduced himself. He feels good in close combat. Kan noted his special training and high potential. Then Gong Ji-won, a former salesman who was now going to give it his all, introduced himself. Kan was surprised by his formal style, as if he were speaking to new classmates. The boys sighed as they looked at Hana. She said that she was level 79 and was good with firearms. The crowd asked if she had anything else to say, but Hana didn't need to. She was already well known, and any extra information could work against her. Chan introduced himself, but was interrupted by a businessman with houses in Kannam and Sochi, who had come to buy another one. He laughed as he explained that despite all this, he now has to use public transport. Khan noted that his gear suggested that he had played the first Dream side. It was expensive, but not very powerful. Chan took charge of leading the group and promised that they would be safe with him. People were surprised by his confidence. The policeman laughed, then pointed at Khan and asked if the others knew him. People wondered who he was, the newcomer. Suddenly, a man in armor named Chan recognized Khan and loudly declared it. Kan was surprised and asked if they knew each other. Chan confirmed with a grin, recalling that he went to Banjo High School with him and called him a typical victim. Kang recalled those times with amazement, and Chan said that Kang's family went bankrupt, and he was left alone. At the same time, Chan boasted that he advised Khan to stay closer to him. They exchanged glances, and Chan noted that Khan had changed greatly, as if he had been reborn. Memories from school days came flooding back when Khan would bring snacks to Chan. At this point, Hana was surprised by Chan's behavior. She explained that they were alive thanks to Khan. Hana asked in surprise why they were talking to him like that, and then a girl from the crowd intervened, calling for an end to the argument due to lack of time. She suggested they find out later. The others commented that Kang was obviously unemployed and that Chang was just joking. Kan finally introduced himself. He is K. All eyes turned to Kan. Doubts hung in the air. No one believed that he was really K. The crowd repeated the name in confusion. On K. Seriously. On K. Hana confidently stated that her intuition had not deceived her after all, and that Khan was indeed K. The policeman apologized for the misunderstanding and reminded that Khan had only just gotten out of the labyrinth yesterday and had fought very well. Now it was clear why. But Choi immediately shouted that it was a lie. The real K could not be that young, and even the T-shirt from Vandas's boss doesn't prove otherwise. Chan wondered if Clark might have been helping Kan and needed to be exposed. He asked Khan his level, and he replied, 37. Chan just chuckled and said that Khan was just pretending out of boredom. He added that K was not Korean at all, but a foreigner, a fact that Kang had omitted in his attempt to pass himself off as him. Chang laughed. They moved along the city streets. Khan had activated the Dragon's Eye, an ability that would warn of approaching danger in advance. On the way, Khan warned about skeletons hiding under the car behind them, on the left, in the alley. People were surprised how it was possible to know about this in advance. But Khan saw everything in advance and warned, "Prepare for battle." Soon, a multitude of skeletons poured out of the shadows and began to attack. The policeman gave the command, calling on them not to lag behind and to attack in groups of 2. But the skeletons were becoming too numerous. They surrounded the fighters. In the battle, cries of lack of endurance and requests to duck were heard. But Hana came to the rescue and helped to neutralize the skeletons. Chan spoke to Khan, teasing the newcomer, showing him how the professionals fought. He assured him that there was a big difference between them. Kan, watching the fight, recalled his school years when Chan asked for food to be brought to him, and he gave large sums of money, not understanding the value of simple things like bread. Kan will forgive him his whims. Goran, Khan's little beast, devoured everything in sight. A rusty sword, a broken helmet, and then a skeleton, increasing his satisfaction by 0.1% for each item eaten. Kan was surprised that the little animal was still hungry. He asked Goran if he smelled anything tasty nearby, and the little animal pointed southeast. Kan headed towards it, smashing the skeleton with one punch. Despite this, the place seemed empty, except for the smell that Goran caught. Something tasty was literally a meter away from him. Kan threw the skeleton skull at Gorn, shouting that it was all the pet needed. Gorn squealed happily, clearly pleased with the catch. The sun was getting close to setting, and the dead would soon get the buff again, so it was time to head back. The girl noted that she managed to level up twice, and the man admitted that their trip had been useful. Progress was made, but a sense of uncertainty remained. The policeman noticed Kan, who was talking to Squirrel, his pet. He asked if he had eaten enough and what exactly the owner needed. Kan, shaking Belka slightly, tried to figure out where the target was. Squirrel's eyes lit up, and Horn caught a scent coming from somewhere nearby. His gaze changed, which made Khan think that an important event was approaching. The policeman suggested that everyone return to the camp and rest. Khan approached the detective and suggested that they go into the flower shop. Everyone held their breath and covered their noses. An E-class dungeon called the Garden of Death had been discovered there. The mission was to eliminate the virus. It was necessary to eliminate the King of Flowers, who was spreading the spores of the virus. The time allotted for completion was 30 minutes, and the reward was a flower bud of the King of Flowers. In case of failure, a rift was expected. Khan realized that the virus spores were causing the underground disease. It was necessary to check the status of the NPCs in the nearest city, because the dungeon had already begun the initial rift, and the infection was spreading. Then Khan understood why Goran had reacted the way he had at Bancho Station. One of the men's faces turned red, and his fingers darkened, clear signs of the dungeon disease. In Dream Sight, the usual ones are an abandoned school inhabited by goblins and the dead, thematic, decorated in a certain style, and Gardens of Death, where motionless flower mobs live. When a rift occurs in the Garden of Death, it releases not mobs, but dangerous virus spores. The virus manifests itself with a variety of symptoms. It penetrates the body and turns into a deadly parasite, turning infected people into monsters. Bancho Station resemble NPCs in the game. The virus will infect all non-players who do not have resistance. However, players with E-class resistance are safe. The main task is to stop the virus from spreading. Kan realized that the sun would soon set, and at that moment, the mobs would become stronger. One of the men noted that humans would then become ideal prey for the monsters. The red color of the portal warned that there was very little time left before the rift. If they leave things as they are and allow the dungeon to become D rank, the danger will loom not only over them, but over all the inhabitants of the station. The rift was discovered only now, behind an inconspicuous door. Doubts arose about whether it was worth returning, but time was running out. They decided to enter the dungeon and act, and then they'll figure it out as they go. They moved deeper into the underground forest. The trees were distorted, their trunks bent as if writhing in pain. The ground is covered with a thick layer of moss and ash. The air is heavy and humid, like before a thunderstorm. Everything turned out in the best possible way. You couldn't even dream of more. They decided to conduct a small raid, sending the best players to the dungeon and the rest to the camp. He knew they could handle Hana and the policeman, even just the three of them. But the rules were the rules. 4 people, no less. That's why they took Chan. High level, good armor, overconfident. Maybe even too much. Chang started complaining. He didn't understand why a low-level deceiver was going with them. Considered Khan a weak link. Didn't realize that he himself was the weak link at that moment. Khan didn't answer. Khan reached out to stop Chang's hand. Chang screamed at him not to touch him. He only wanted to pick the apple. Dungeon apple. Rare item. Great item for replenishing mana. The more mature it is, the more mana it has. Chang took a greedy bite without thinking, and at that very second his hand jerked. The projectile hit the fruit exactly. The apple exploded into pieces. It was a shot. Hana kept her eyes on her surroundings. She saw a thorny plant crawling towards Chan, a second before it would have pierced him. He turned around. The vines were already getting closer. And then he realized that he had made a mistake. He believed that the danger was not great yet. He could not relax, not even for a moment. He thanked Hana. Boss room. The boss of this dungeon was in the greenhouse. His name was the King of Flowers. He looked like a sunflower, but this flower often becomes a witness to human death. Experienced players called him the Death Eater. The king mob was stronger than the usual ones. Once he is defeated, they will receive a flower bulb that can be used as an antidote. If you grind it and make a tincture, you will get a cure for the disease of the dungeon. They could cure the sick at Banjo Station. It was their only hope. The smell was worse than before. The flowers smelled like slop. The sunflower had sharp teeth. Khan and Squirrel watched it. Khan warned, dodge. Sunflower attacked with thorny vines, waving them around. People screamed in pain. He attacked silently, without showing it. The policeman asked if everything was okay. Hana shot at the sunflower. Chan screamed at Khan to get out of his way. He was going to kill him himself. Khan was surprised. Chan rushed forward, but Khan grabbed him by the cloak. He fell. Under his feet was the mouth of a sunflower with teeth. A little more, and he would have fallen into it. Chan recoiled in panic. Obviously, there will be other mobs around the Flower King. Khan said that if Chan doesn't understand that, it's better not to bother. Chan insisted that he knew. Khan activated the Dragon's Eye. To get to the boss, you need to cross a field littered with mobs. As soon as you take a step, the flowers will attack like piranhas. There was no choice. The policeman said that we had to trust Hana. Khan noticed that there was little time. If he delayed, the dungeon boss would have time to strengthen to D level. If Hana enters the blood sphere state, receives buffs from the team, and increases the radius of the magic bullets, then there will be a chance to destroy all enemies at once. Hana said she could probably handle it herself if she took the elixir. She asked if he had any. Khan refused. Hana asked why he didn't trust her. Khan replied that it wasn't that. It's just that, because of the others, he didn't have time to level up. And now, it's critically important. Chan shouted where he was going. Kang silently went on the attack. Chan called him an idiot. Khan made his way through the thorny vines, delivering precise blows, clearing his way. Chan was amazed. The policeman was surprised. How is this possible on the 37th level? But what can you say? He is K. Chan did not hide his surprise. He wavered between two conclusions. Either Khan was actually much more advanced than he claimed, or he used an unbalanced ability that could bypass the system's limitations. Khan was already standing at the very mouth of the monster. Thorny vines were bursting out from inside, waving chaotically in an attempt to grab the enemy. He howled as he attacked, and with a powerful blow, he cut the Death Eater in two. Hana watched the scene with admiration. The policeman smiled silently. Chan sighed heavily, internally acknowledging his opponent's superiority. Kan remained calm. Everything happened as he expected. Notifications popped up on the screen. Kan received confirmation of his level up. Then the reward is a flower bulb and Kakashi's spiked glove. Night had already fallen around. The group, having finished the battle, was moving along the street between tall buildings. Khan walked silently, lost in thought. He looked at the spiked glove, an item he received after defeating the boss. It was created from the body and thorns of the Flower King. It was weak to fire, but had a high damage rating of 120. Artifact class, A, required level to use, 80. It was a rare find, much better than he expected. The main property of the glove is spikes. When activated, the ability turns the owner's hand into a weapon resembling a short sword with spikes. Thanks to the skill Heavenly Body, Khan had no restrictions on the use of weapons, and therefore even such a demanding thing became a useful find. He glanced at the screen. Khan was level 40. No class. It had been a while since he'd finished training, but he'd risen 10 levels in that time. There was still no class, as expected. Already at level 32, he had defeated many monsters of D and E ranks. With the amount of points he had earned in 90 days and his skill set, he would soon be able to clear even D-rank dungeons with ease. This, in turn, will allow us to draw a clear line between him and the other players. Chan watched him. The thought that had entered his head seemed absurd. No, it couldn't be. He didn't believe that all this was real. This guy, Ken, was it possible? Ken turned around, catching his gaze and the words he was muttering. But he didn't say anything. He wasn't going to interfere with someone else's doubts. Meanwhile, Hana stopped and looked around. She noticed tracks. There had already been a fight here. There were corpses and skeletal remains on the ground. The policemen checked their pulses. They were dead. It seemed that something serious had happened in the camp. They went down to the Banjo 3 subway station, but it was empty. The policeman called loudly to everyone, but the answer was silence. Kan noticed footprints on the floor, but they led in different directions, as if someone was walking back and forth without deciding on the direction. The policeman continued calling, hoping for an answer, but the situation was becoming more and more alarming. The discussion showed that the dungeon disease was manifesting in this location, but there were no signs of skeletons, meaning the virus was developing without the help of mobs. Hana was surprised. The dungeon had already been cleared. How did the virus spread then? Suddenly they heard someone's voice. Someone was calling for help. Approaching, they saw a man in a terrible state. Kan realized that special help was needed to save him. A revival potion, and that ordinary drugs would not help. Khan gave the man a paralysis potion so that he would not feel pain. The man tried to explain what had happened. During their absence, a huge monster had appeared on the stairs. They were going to take him to the traps as they had taught, but danger lurked behind. People started to get infected with the virus and turn into zombies, attacking each other. The situation got out of control. Kang, Han, and the police listened attentively to John's story. First, Hyun and Yun fell. Then Min escaped. And John. A message appeared stating that the player is in a state of madness. Can thought that if they had a healer with them, maybe they could have cured him and not have to worry so much about the virus. There were no healers at Banjo Station, and it was impossible to help him. Everyone had fled, and Yunjin had turned into a monster, he muttered. This could mean that the dungeon disease had reached the third stage. The first stage was expressed in a change in the color of the fingers and a deterioration in the general condition. But over time, the infected person turned into a zombie and attacked others. The second stage, complete transformation into a monster, accompanied by loss of consciousness and complete aggression, is the third stage. The Garden of Death had already been cleared, but the third stage had arrived too quickly, even though the symptoms had only just begun to appear. This means that someone or something accelerated the development of the disease. The man died. The detective urged everyone to continue on their way. The monsters were waiting for them, lurking in the shadows and on the edges of the corridors. There was tension in the air. Every step could be the last. They prepared for battle, knowing that ahead were not just enemies, but the embodiment of the dungeon disease, strengthened and mutated. A man was lying on the steps, attacked by a monster. Hana quickly fired, and the monster fell dead. Hana asked if Khan knew that once the transformation had occurred, the person could no longer be cured. Khan confirmed that he knew it. Those who could not survive the disease remained lying in the dungeon, and the rest went along the paths. The policeman ordered each of them to take on one monster. Suddenly, mutated monsters attacked them. Khan easily dealt with several of them. The policeman noted that there was no reason to worry yet. They continued walking along the narrow corridor. On the way, we came across a neighboring station, Sinpun, a ghost station abandoned after the failure of the construction of the 10th Metro line. The tracks at the station were fresh and diverged in different directions, most likely leading to Yongdenpo Station, where they originally planned to go in case of an emergency. It was possible to get there by tracks. Khan sensed the monster approaching and quickly rushed to attack, delivering a powerful blow. The policeman shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. Hana recognized the enemy as Eugene and asked if John was talking about her. Khan confirmed that this was no longer a man, but a monster that they would have to deal with. For its destruction, you can get experience and valuable items. The policeman expressed his indignation, but such is the nature of the disease of the dungeon, which previously claimed thousands of lives in the first Dreamside. Now the fate of the entire world was at stake. Khan promised to try to kill the monster quickly and without unnecessary suffering. Khan knew he had to deal with the monster with one blow. The fight began. He launched a powerful kick, but the opponent was strong, and her extra arms served as a shield. The hands reached out to Kanu and he used force to cut them off, but one hand came out right from her mouth. The policeman wanted to help, but Khan insisted that he stay in the rear. Most attacks were useless against the monster in the third stage. Hana noted that she was level 80, so he couldn't handle her. Khan looked for a weak spot and found it at the back of the head. He jumped up, somersaulted in the air, and delivered the finishing blow, cutting off Yunjin's head. After going through 3 stages of the disease, she became equal in strength to D-level monsters. Previously, it was impossible to cope with her, but during his training, Khan accumulated experience that could make him 3 times stronger. The policeman warned that the enemies were approaching, and they would not wait for the players to become stronger. A whole crowd of monsters was approaching them. One of them was crawling right along the ceiling, creating the feeling that danger was surrounding them from all sides. The monsters were advancing, and the policeman confirmed that they were all infected with the third stage of the dungeon disease. Insatiable. People who underwent the transformation turned into simple monsters. Hana noticed that they were surrounded from behind. Khan assumed that the enemy might be waiting for them at the ghost station, but decided to deal with the attackers first. Everyone prepared for battle. Chan suddenly found out that it was not so easy to kill monsters, which surprised him. After all, Kan killed them very quickly. Khan was sure that the remaining survivors had headed to Yongdenpo, where there was a shopping mall and stores that would provide supplies. Despite the danger, he insisted on going there, sensing that something serious was waiting for them there. They were conferring when suddenly a monster appeared. Khan instantly struck with his sword. Symptoms of the third stage of the disease manifest in the complete transformation of the infected. Insatiability is one of the symptoms. They change their appearance, can acquire wings, additional limbs, and their shape and size vary depending on the desires of the person. To deal with the monsters, it was necessary to understand their desires, embedded in their mutations. For example, an extra eye symbolized the desire to see more or to correct blindness in human form. One of these monsters approached Kanu, but he blinded him, and the monster grabbed his huge eye. Kan stepped on his neck and struck him in the head with his sword. However, the sword broke. The durability dropped to 0. The weapon was destroyed. The weapon issued for training belonged to Kanu and had outlived its usefulness. The policeman offered him a spear, but Khan refused, saying he had enough weapons. He didn't want to take someone else's, so as not to worry about the owner in a fight. The policeman insisted, assuring that nothing would happen to him. Kan activated Kakashi's spiked gauntlet. The system warned that it was more dangerous to use due to its smaller attack radius, but it was effective in combat. After testing it in action, Kan rushed at the monster and delivered a crushing blow to its head, pinning it to the ground. The cement flew everywhere. He was pleased with the result. The policeman thought ironically that if he were 10 years younger, everything would be different. Inside Chan, everything was boiling, as if it was about to burst out. Khan activated the dragon's eye skill. He warned the others to be careful as they were approaching the trigger area. The policeman asked if this was the person they were talking about earlier. Khan confirmed, "This is the same source of infection." The red magical vapors around them indicated that the enemy knew they were approaching. It was a monster that had almost reached the 4th stage, probably created as a result of the rift. His transformation began after an unknown person fed him a dungeon flower. This flower became a trigger, the core of the disease, in which the virus began to multiply, aggravating the symptoms. If this source is not destroyed, the disease of the dungeon will spread and engulf all of Seoul. Kan walked forward, each step making a sticky sound, as if the floor was covered in slime. Something appeared ahead, writhing and emitting a faint red glow. The policeman shouted, pointing at him, but Hana cut him off sharply, telling him not to shout. A man found himself in the clutches of a monster. He called for help, screamed, begged for salvation. But the creature didn't even hesitate. Its claws tightened, and with one sharp movement it tore the man's head off. And with a noise, he threw his decapitated body to the others like him lying on the floor. The monster spoke, and its voice echoed throughout the station. It sounded oddly playful, almost mocking. The creature clicked its jaws as if it was impatiently awaiting its prey. Its words were full of irony and something frighteningly theatrical. He addressed them as if they were an audience, resembling not a fighter, but a showman. He talked about hearts, subscriptions, and notifications, as if everything that was happening was not a fight, but a live broadcast. This monster clearly retained fragments of the consciousness of the person it was before the transformation. His speech and behavior indicated a perverted form of self-awareness, as if he still considered himself a star, only now in the arena of death. Mutilated bodies lay everywhere. The ground was soaked with blood. Broken blades, splintered staffs, torn gloves. All this spoke of a brutal and rapid battle. Perhaps it was a creature capable of conscious destruction, unknown to the lower creatures. The policeman peered at the tracks, not hiding his alarm. Kan answered the unspoken question by assuming that this was a type of trigger, perhaps a form of hydra that had mutated from eating a dungeon flower. The appearance of the trigger depended on the person's desire before the transformation, and such monsters rarely took the initiative first. Until the collision occurred, it was impossible to know anything for sure. Hana explored the area, noticing signs of a battle. The battle had happened before they arrived. Everything pointed to the deliberate placement of the trigger in this place. The mana hanging in the air indicated an enemy level higher than 100. The monster's strength was equivalent to a D-class boss of a medium dungeon. The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Khan watched the monster, drawing conclusions. The creature moved slowly. Its attacks were not particularly powerful, and at first glance it did not pose a serious threat. However, in the conditions of Dreamside, such a superficial assessment could be deceiving. Here, a high level or impressive characteristics did not mean victory. Enemies might have subtle advantages, deadly buffs, unique fighting styles, or the ability to change tactics depending on the situation. Sometimes even low-level monsters would stump more experienced players, unexpectedly displaying strength that no one expected. Observing the enemy's behavior, Khan suggested that the main threat lay not in his attack power, but in his endurance. Such an opponent is able to withstand many blows without losing the ability to fight, which means prolonging the fight and exhausting the enemy. The monster was too close and suddenly struck with its tail. The group didn't have time to react in time and was thrown back. Chan cursed, realizing the danger of the situation. Kan tensed up. The voice that sounded next to him seemed familiar. An image of a man he had once encountered popped into his memory. He tried to remember where exactly he could have heard such an intonation. The policeman suddenly said a name, Choi Man-gi. Hana was surprised to hear it. Chan finally caught the familiar manner of speech. This voice belonged to the same blogger, known for his illegal activities. He had already been imprisoned at one point, and the public believed that he was isolated from the world. But if he was really here, it meant one thing. He had escaped. He was live streaming and bragging about the effort it took him to get human flesh. Because of one of his broadcasts, he was to be executed for cannibalism. Many people thought that the meat was fake, like it was poultry, but the examination proved otherwise. It was real human meat. His words sounded defiant and ruthless, and the call to like and subscribe to the channel made everything that was happening even more ominous. Before the transformation, he was in a very difficult situation. His calls to like and subscribe to the channel sounded terribly inappropriate in this grim situation. Suddenly, the monster developed additional arms, which caused surprise and wariness. Kan went on the offensive, facing the monster's unusual speed, which surprised Chan. The policeman realized that it was impossible to deal with such an opponent alone. The monster's mobility was provided by a mass of arms that were intertwined like vines. He created a dangerous slime on the floor that began to come to life. Kan noticed this and realized that he couldn't relax. To gain time for an attack, it was necessary to distract the monster. While the policeman was distracted, Khan jumped up and struck with his gloves. But the first time he failed. He realized that without changing tactics, they would not last long. The policeman called the monster a scumbag, suggesting that he intended to kill them in the same way as the previous victim in the stream. The monster repeated its threats several times, licking its lips, which made everyone wary. Hana boldly approached. The monster, with a challenge in his voice, called her a snack from Idol. She immediately went on the attack, smiling and holding a revolver in her hands. Despite her courage and shot, the monster looked like it was in armor. Its endurance was amazing. Kan warned that strength and reaction will not help here. Endurance is needed to deal with the enemy. Hana quickly got the gist of it and was ready to take action. Hana and Khan charged at the same time. Hana shouted loudly, warning her opponent, and fired. Kan, using his glove blades, jumped into the air and delivered a powerful blow. The monster reacted with surprise, praising his opponents. At that moment, Chan noticed something terrible. The monster had eaten them. The monster stood before them, making ominous sounds. It went on the offensive. Can took cover in a recess in the wall, but the monster tried to hit him with a powerful blow of its fist. Can managed to jump back and land on the ground. The attack seemed to be working. At this rate, he could be defeated. But Can understood that their blows to the monster were like pellets to an elephant, just scratches. He turned to Hana and the detective, saying that it looked like there was only one way out. Chan, standing in front of the monster, tried to unbalance him with mockery, asking how he still walked with such a huge belly, and where he bought all this fat. The monster, enraged, opened its mouth and approached Chan. At that moment, Can rushed forward and jumped straight into the monster's mouth. The policeman gave Hana the command, and she fired straight into the monster's mouth. The sounds began to cut out, and it seemed that their plan had worked. Can struck from the inside, each of which caused significant wounds and damage to the monster. He asked to distract the enemy in order to gain time to maneuver. His mana and strength levels were still around 100, but Can knew he could fix that by investing the points he earned in the tutorials. This would allow him to activate skills that would normally require twice the energy. Realizing that his opponent was really strong, Khan decided to become even stronger. He activated the skill Magic Concentration. Against the backdrop of what was happening, the monster warned his comrades that he was expecting new prey. Meat, and the protective mesh around him was activated. Gathering all his strength, Can prepared for the decisive blow. A huge purple sphere rose into the air, filling the space with a mysterious light. The monster's voice came again, asking for subscribers and likes, as if broadcasting directly from the dungeon. Can rushed into the attack without hesitation, answering, having enlisted the support of the whole team. He will not only give him a like, but will also repost him now. His powerful swing hit the monster right on the chin. The blow was so strong that Khan was thrown into the air, and the monster fell to the ground, defeated. A message appeared. You have defeated Choi Man-gi Trigger Glutton. The victory resulted in a level up and a reward. The mysterious Ring of Attention. At the monster's feet lay the dead body of a loser, the blogger Cannibal. As the life left his body, so did the mana, as if it were melting into thin air. The policeman noted with disgust that he had been pretty badly chopped up. The question of who had carried out such a massacre and for what purpose hung in the air. But the main thing is that it was he who noticed the strange mark burned on the body of the murdered man and realized that it was not an accident. In the spacious hall with elegant furniture, candlesticks burned, filling the room with soft light. There was a huge red ball floating in the air, which was suddenly grabbed by a man. The situation was surprising. K. In Seoul, he is responsible for just 5 farms, which he occasionally checks to make sure they are suitable for growing triggers. But he had never met anyone as powerful as this one. Doubt flickered through his thoughts. Suddenly a guest appeared. It couldn't be Baggy Chad, the gentleman who is usually busy with important matters, but still manages to have fun without being noticed. Kang Min-ho from the company intervened in the conversation, adding a touch of formality to the proceedings. Bagan Chan of the company was part of one of the most mysterious organizations, Dream Sight. The company was like a malignant tumor, spreading and poisoning everything that came its way. By expanding the dungeons, she threatened the safety of the entire continent. Even their emblem, lightning cutting through 2 moons, caused anxiety and mistrust. Dan reported that he had found something strange and asked to take a look. According to his information, Kay, who was considered dead, could have survived. In the reports of newbies at the easy level in the labyrinths of choice, there were no candidates sent to the hellish level, but the situation indicated otherwise. Min assumed that if Kay was alive, he would definitely try to stop them. Min asked to gather information from the farmers, in case any of them noticed anything suspicious. But his interlocutor refused, assuring him that he had already found the necessary information, and there was no need to waste time on unnecessary questions. "Kan! Hana!" The policeman and Chan rushed forward, preparing for the upcoming fight. Asrai's neck and the monsters that were torn apart under his command. A dungeon that only one person can pass. His true identity is Croc, and he has data that was not erased. By devouring people, he could foresee the current situation on Earth. But Kay, who was supposed to die during training, remained alive. And apparently, he changed his occupation. He stood motionless, aware that these were not the people he had known before. The old personalities had disappeared, leaving only alien shells. Even Kay, once experienced and reliable, now looked like an ordinary newbie just starting his training. The thought of reporting to management flashed automatically. Such changes could not go unnoticed. If this was them, it was necessary to sort it out immediately. The guy rushed through the tunnel, with dozens of monsters following him relentlessly behind him. Some were floating in the air, others were running on all fours, stretching their arms towards him. Their persistence was frightening, as if they knew no fatigue. It was hard to believe that just recently, these creatures were people. Chan cursed his mistake. He got separated from the group and ended up on the other side of the station. The thought of dying without the chance to see the detective again pierced his mind. Suddenly, a light flashed ahead. He squinted, his thoughts racing. A train. It really was a train. But 3 months have passed since the day the electricity went out. How can he walk? His thoughts were jumbled, but there was no time for reflection. He turned sharply, sped up, and ran to the platform. The voice announced the departure. The doors were closing. He jumped at the last moment, managing to fly into the carriage. There was a loud click as the doors closed and the train moved off. The monsters were left behind, looking helplessly through the glass. Chan was breathing heavily, leaning back against the wall. He was alive. The adrenaline rush was ebbing, replaced by trembling and relief. Now all that was left was to get to Yangdongpo Station as quickly as possible. The detective should be there. Everything should go smoothly. This is the feeling that Chan had when he found himself on the train. However, the system's voice announced that the activation of the Class D-themed dungeon had begun. The ghost train was soon to begin checking tickets, and fare dodgers would become targets for station staff. The guy was amazed, not expecting such a turn of events. Meanwhile, along the adjacent underground passage to Station D, Kan, Hana, Chan, and the policeman hurried forward. Everything that was happening still seemed unreal. Chan was replaying in his head the recent battle that Kay had been involved in. He had suspected that he was capable of many things before, but seeing it with his own eyes was something completely different. The excitement in his head did not subside. Their Kay turned out to be a real hero. Even with a low level, he was able to defeat the monster. And without him, the entire operation would have failed. Chang allowed himself a goofy smile. Hana watched him with suspicion. She did not rule out that his strange behavior was a possible symptom of infection. It might be too late. The investigator pondered the situation gloomily. What was happening raised serious doubts that anyone else could have survived. He shared his thoughts with Khan, noting how resilient and deadly the trigger was. Escaping from it was essentially impossible. But Khan objected. He was sure that at least one survivor existed. His conclusion was based on observations. The situation resembled a fishing rod with bait. The survivors are most likely already infected, but that may be why they were left alive. Once they come near a certain stimulus, a trigger will go off inside them, and the infected will immediately begin hunting. The triggers did not appear by chance. Everything that happened was the result of someone's intent. The disease progressed, became more and more dangerous. He felt that if his suspicions were correct, and those he thought were behind this were really behind it, then he couldn't wait any longer. They had to be stopped. The company is not just an organization, but something that has gone beyond the usual system. NPCs that over time no longer act according to the script. They went over to the evil side and began to create their own quests, traps, training areas and tests, from which it was no longer possible to escape without losses. Players were lured into carefully crafted scenarios, turning Dreamside into a full-fledged field for experimentation. And everything went according to plan. That is, until one player disrupted everything. Kay logged into the system. Back then, he was just trying to relieve stress by destroying dungeons and breaking the company's structures. At some point, it became his favorite pastime. The company certainly held a grudge. However, it was not worth jumping to conclusions. It was necessary to make sure that this was indeed the same company. Yangdongpo Station lived up to its nickname, Ghost Station. No sound, no traces, only emptiness, silence, and a dull anxiety. Everything looked as if no human foot had set foot here for a long time. The policeman reached the old shelter, opened the tarpaulin, and discovered the cache. Underneath it were things, supplies left last time. Water, food, first aid kits. This was provided in case someone ended up here. Khan noted that inventories are not infinite, and what is found must be distributed wisely. The policeman noticed that someone had probably been there before them. There were barely noticeable traces left here and there. Kang asked about the residents of Panju Station and why they never became players. In response, he heard that at that time there was a serious lack of communication. The internet was practically not working, and most people did not know about the possibility of becoming players. Hana explained that she was able to connect to the network thanks to an upgraded phone and the presence of a built-in switch. Communication with the system was only available to those who had it, as well as those who had reached a certain level. It was not available to ordinary people. She also added that in the current situation, the only way to become a player is to contact ARC, the organization that controls training and access to gaming systems. It was becoming clear that the system was becoming more closed, choice more limited, and the path to power increasingly artificially narrowed. Hannah said she wasn't exactly a frequent visitor, but ARC was the only remaining base in the city. At Panchu Station, masked men walked down the steps, avoiding the corpses lying around everywhere. It turned out that Chan was right. Ben from the company was leading the third break group. Suddenly, an announcement was heard for passengers to take their seats. They talked about a themed dungeon, known to many, but accessible to only a few. The train, which previously ran on the first line, suddenly ended up on the 10th. The doors opened, revealing a site where construction work had previously taken place, probably when a railway line was being laid. The train departs for Yadnpo Station. Someone suggested riding it, noting that such a chance rarely comes up. The boss responded, doubting whether the man was really tired of living, explaining that it was a Class D-themed dungeon that was under the company's control, but that it was inaccessible. Entering the train meant staying there forever. However, one of them reminded him that he had not joined the company to die so stupidly. Mr. Ben gave the order to find those scumbags. However, one of them objected, noting the impossibility of this task. Besides, if those guys get on the train themselves, the goblins will do all the work for them. Ark is a word that translates from English as Ark, likely referring to Noah and his ark. It looks like Ark really is the last base in the entire city. By updating the system, they were able to upgrade the phone as well, so they were trying to get there all this time. Khan assumed that the remaining survivors were most likely in the Ark. The policeman thought that it would not be difficult to get to them, since they were unlikely to have gone far. At that moment, Khan felt an itch. It was a squirrel named Goran who caught the smell of something delicious nearby. Something suddenly glowed in the darkness, and Khan became alert, sensing the presence of someone nearby. The animal, named Goran, repeated its name, sniffing the air and making light snorts. He climbed onto Khan's head, which surprised Hana, who didn't understand why they were chasing this unknown person. The policeman assumed that he might have mistaken them for a hydra and decided to run away, but Khan noticed that they were talking too loudly, so that the pursued clearly understood that there were people in front of him. Moreover, the detective didn't know that they were now trying to catch up with the survivor from Panzu Station. The runner periodically looked back and sometimes even slowed down, as if trying to lure them into a trap. They found themselves in the waiting room, standing in the middle and looking around warily. Chan wondered why they were brought here. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards Chan, but Khan managed to stop it in time. Smoke hung in the air, and arrows began to rain down from all sides. Khan deftly repelled them, but the number of arrows grew. Hana raised her revolver and prepared to fight. They knew that the enemy wanted to finish them off. Khan moved forward and struck with his glove. A monster jumped out of the darkness, emitting a hoarse laugh. Khan named it Cobalt and noted that there was a fault underground nearby. Hana shot and wounded the monster in the arm. Khan did not have time to stop her. The monster was not just a monster. Khan realized that it was a man, which surprised Hana. The monster roared, and suddenly many similar creatures appeared around them, like little animals, ready to attack. Khan was surprised. The monster asked if they were moneylenders. Chang did not understand what was happening. The little animal introduced itself as Sin Hyunwo and explained that they were not monsters, although it didn't look like it. Khan noticed that the names of monsters were usually highlighted in color, and saw that these creatures had white names. Khan confirmed that they were normal players and that monsters never had white names. Khan asked why they attacked, if they felt hatred towards people. The animal shook his head and explained that all the problems were due to the loan sharks. On the day of Dreamside's opening, a guy stood confused on the street when Channel 0.115 opened in front of him, the entrance to this earthly region. He pressed the button, and the next moment he was running down the street with a strong, long sword in his hands, thinking that it was easier to handle than a machine gun. He used to play Dreamside a lot until he joined the army. He leveled up to almost level 200 and owned many valuable items. But when he went into the army, the time for exchanging awards ended, and he was unable to use them. Despite this, he was no newbie and was confident that he would not be left with a bare ass. Having united with the survivors of Yandenpo, he was determined to survive with them. They were heading into a maze of choice, a regular maze. But he was the only one who managed to complete it on normal difficulty, despite the absence of high-level players among their team. This became a serious problem, but he remained central to their survival. Throughout Yandenpo Station, which, despite their caution, the survivors accepted with gratitude. The traders were friendly and welcoming, sharing food and equipment, inspiring trust. It seemed like a sign of help, but it soon became clear that it was all a trap. Those who could not pay for the goods donated their player cards, sincerely believing that this was an investment in the future. In addition, the food that the traders distributed contained drugs. When signing the contract, the traders did not stipulate the main conditions. The document had clauses about the purpose and subject of the contract, and also in small print it warned, in case of late payment, you will have to pay with your own body. This trick went unnoticed, and the victims found themselves completely dependent on the traffickers. The merchants, those creatures, took the bodies from the survivors. Then they disappeared, and the so-called usurers appeared. According to the agreement, they took the bodies, and the souls remained locked in the bodies of the kobolds. This was only the beginning. The loan sharks came once a week for interest, which was also written into the contract. Along with their bodies, their memories were taken away. Some of the kobolds could not speak because they had no memories left. Khan asked if they had killed anyone who had come recently, but no one had come. The debt to the merchants remained the same and did not change. The moneylenders appeared suddenly, as if from nowhere, and frightened the kobolds. He looked pale with anger. All the kobolds bought from the merchants at the same price with the same percentage, but the degree of memory loss varied among them. Some even forgot human language, while others retained it. It depended on the amount of knowledge and experience, which was different for everyone. For example, Shin Hyun-wo's memories spanned 23 years of his life, while some had only childhood memories, children who knew much less. Singin continued to fight the moneylenders, although he knew that his strength was significantly inferior to theirs. The fear of the survivors was that once their memories were completely gone, and they forgot that they were ever human, they would completely turn into monsters. Despite this, the system still recognized them as players, because the human soul remained in the kobold's body. The moneylenders, disdaining resistance, attacked the kobolds, sparing no one. When one of the kobolds tried to defend himself with a bow and arrow, the moneylenders easily dodged, but they continued with grenade explosions and gunfire. The kobolds rejoiced, believing in victory, but the usurers harshly reminded them of their power. For any violation or attempt to take anything, death. One of the moneylenders mercilessly killed a kobold, keeping everyone in fear and submission. The moneylender stood in the center and began to attack the kobold, but Khan intervened and struck. The moneylender growled in anger and insulted Khan. At that moment, Hana fired straight at the pawnbroker, who fell to the ground. Khan confirmed that the shot had not hit him and thanked Hana. The second pawnbroker growled, preparing for battle. He was strong, had a level 80 wakibi, and was a player, making him a serious threat to his opponents. The moneylender warned Khan not to interfere in his affairs. It was not for the leather ones, but Khan responded by asking if he was not a human. The moneylender was surprised, but Khan decided not to waste time on conversations and went on the attack. He struck with his gloves, grabbed a stone mace, and swung it at the moneylender lying on the floor. Having dealt him a crushing blow to the head, Khan stood over the lifeless body of his opponent. He remembered that to become a goblin, one had to kill one's own parents, and noted that goblins were very different from kobolds. Suddenly, there was a flash behind them, and a monster appeared. Khan reminded them of the childish wisdom that it was dangerous to play with fire. Dragon Eyes mode activated. Wakabe's monster level was 85. He charged, approached the enemy, and slammed his retractable spiked gauntlet straight into the goblin moneylender's face. After the victory, a notification about the level increase and the reward appeared, and dialogue boxes with a document appeared on the screen. A double contract, where it was written that A has the right to coerce, sacrifice, and pay bribes. Everything seemed unfair, as if something important was hidden with the help of a special object. Hana stood over the body of the dead moneylender. It was quiet around. Dead moneylenders lay everywhere. The policeman noticed a pink glow coming from the bodies, and the kobolds began making sounds, opening their mouths. The situation seemed mysterious and dangerous. Khan realized that if the moneylenders came to collect interest from B again, then all of B's powers would pass to A. The souls of the kobolds merged into one, which meant serious changes. Hana and Khan decided to hurry. The children were in danger. They ran after the glowing light. Soon, an electric train appeared in front of them, which was still working, although it had previously run on the 10th line. But now it was here. Khan was confused. What the hell was going on? The little animal Goran began to move in the pocket, loudly shouting that he felt there was a lot of food and was asking to be fed to his fill. Khan realized something was up when the train doors opened and an announcement was made asking people to take their seats. The train was leaving soon. It was another dungeon. In the world of Dreamside, dungeons often take unexpected forms, including moving objects such as carts, airships, and trains. These mobile dungeons appear suddenly and only last for a limited time, offering players rare opportunities and special rewards. The appearance of a train that had not been there before clearly indicated that this was one of these objects. Khan stopped at the entrance to the carriage, watching the mysterious glowing ball that appeared in the doorway. The presence of the ball meant that the dungeon mechanism had been activated. There was no time to waste. The others understood this too, but they were held back by uncertainty. The policeman hesitated, thinking about possible survivors at Banjo Station. However, logic dictated otherwise. Since their arrival, there has been no sign of life here, no sounds of battle, not even any activity from monsters, including the Hydra. Cobalt said outright that no one else had survived, which meant that any hope of meeting other people was fading. A silent tension hung in the air as the train began to sound its voice, confirming its launch. The decision had to be made quickly. The train was most likely the next step on their journey. A new arena, a new test. The policeman, looking gloomily in the direction of the fading glow, hoarsely said that he considered it pointless to chase after something that might no longer exist. In his opinion, the first priority should be to save the children whose souls have just disappeared into the distance. Can nodded. After weighing everything, he recognized the truth of these words. They entered the train carriage. As soon as the doors closed behind the guy, a notification from the system appeared. It said that he had not received a boarding pass. The player, Gongji Wong, level 52, was marked as a stowaway. At that moment, he became a target for the station workers. A goblin jumped out of the shadows, young but aggressive. Gon tried to dodge, but the monster acted quickly and deftly. Despite the resistance, the goblin did not cause serious damage. Instead, he mocked, teased, as if playing with the victim. The situation quickly deteriorated. 2 more goblins appeared. Gon realized that he was not being killed. He was being broken, exhausted. He fell, taking a heavy blow, and the system reported the quest as failed. He officially became a target for the station workers. A massive goblin acting as a guard emerged from the darkness, easily grabbing Gon and dragging him away. The body was chained. There were other people around in the same position. Everyone was a prisoner. Gon didn't understand what was happening. He was drawn into a distorted game in which new, cruel rules now applied. One of the goblins, a small and nimble one, looked particularly upset. The goblin conductor took Gon away with him. He stopped, turned around, and seemed to think for a moment. People appeared in front of him: Khan, Hana, Chan, and a policeman. They silently watched what was happening. Khan quietly said that these small goblins, although they looked harmless, were probably higher in level than level 70. One of the goblins chuckled, squinting, as if he understood what they were talking about. He was a member of the very race that specialized in getting rid of people. Their essence is not rage, but methodical eradication. Hana looked around and pointed at her surroundings. She noticed that the carriage looked more like a freight car than a passenger car. Khan confirmed her guess, reminding her that it was a D-class dungeon. In Dreamside, the appearance of a dungeon often did not match its actual nature. He gave the example of the Class E dungeon, a ruined school that looked modest from the outside but hid vast spaces inside. They came closer to the window. The view beyond the glass did not show the usual darkness of the dungeons. On the contrary, the carriage moved along the heights, where the landscape above the ground opened up. This indicated that the dungeon was non-standard, possibly unique. From the moment they entered the train, the system continued to send out alerts. This meant that his rules had already begun to operate. Khan, Hana, Chan, and the policeman stood in the carriage, listening to the system. A notification came. They had entered a Class D dungeon called the Running Train, located in Zone F. A speedy ticket check was expected, and ticketless passengers automatically became targets for station workers. The group watched the attacking goblins. Everything pointed to this being a themed dungeon. Clearing it was less a matter of strength and more a matter of understanding its rules. Each killed a goblin. The system rewarded the participants with boarding passes after they defeated several enemies. Everyone got their own. Kang, Hana, Chan, and the policeman. It seemed that one of the stages had been successfully completed. However, Kan was the first to tear up the ticket and throw it away, explaining that they did not have time for a full raid. According to her, the station workers were starting their inspection from the rear of the train. This could mean that the stowaways would be the first to cross their path and therefore be able to lure him into a trap. The group agreed with his arguments. One by one, the participants handed over their tickets to Goron. He ate with gusto. Hana looked at Khan doubtfully and asked if he was trying to use them as bait. Khan just nodded. That was exactly what he was planning. He explained that the location of the children's souls is still unknown, and in order to find them and survive, one must act outside the box. Predictability is death in a dungeon like this, especially if the enemy is acting according to a memorized algorithm. So, the only way is to break this algorithm. Chang pointed at the goblins hiding among the luggage, trying not to move, as if hoping to become invisible. Some of them were trembling with fear. They looked pitiful, without a trace of their usual insolence. Chan called out loudly, reminding them of Mr. K. Khan, without being distracted, ordered everyone to get ready. The system unexpectedly sent a message. The quest failed. Player Khan was now listed as the station worker's target. A station worker appeared through the open doors with an iron screech. He was tall, his figure stern, his face angry. There was nothing human in his eyes, only emptiness, filled with cold light. He walked straight up to Khan, stopped a step away from him, and said, as if in the voice of a machine, "Where is the ticket?" Khan answered briefly, "Lost it." The station worker didn't pause. He said calmly, without emotion, that if there was no ticket, he hadn't finished speaking and had been hit in the face. The station worker rushed furiously towards Khan, but at that very second he was thrown back. He received a sharp and precise blow, fell on his back and hissed in pain, holding his face. His eyes blazed with anger. He pulled out his club, swung it, and with a roar, rushed into a second attack. Khan met him again, calmly and coolly. He knocked down his opponent again with a blow. Then, without wasting time, he walked up and grabbed him by the horn sticking out of his head. Without further ado, he delivered a direct knee strike to the face. One after another, the blows rained down. The goblin's quick, practiced, muffled wheezes drowned out by the rumble of the train. Kan ordered to answer where the souls were. After beating, the goblin confessed that they were in Zone D, where all the merchants gathered. Kan demanded the keys, but the goblin remained silent. He reached into his pocket, but was not going to give anything away. Among the workers' things, Khan noticed a strange object and pulled it out. This caused a strong reaction. The worker wheezed, thrashed, screamed, forbidding anyone to touch what he had found. The system sent messages. The player stopped the goblin, the station worker. The player robbed the station worker, received a hidden item, an unknown package. Kan muttered, breathing heavily, that he had asked for it. Then the system updated the data. The hidden object was the master key to Area F. Kan immediately declared that time was running out and that it was time to move. The policeman, slightly stunned by what had happened, asked if the goblin was a gambler. Khan confirmed the possibility, explaining that the situation with goblins is different from the case of kobolds. Even if a person's soul is stolen, they do not turn into a goblin. To do this, you need to go through a special ritual. Either kill your own family or take part in tribal feeding, that is, literally eat a person. This statement shocked everyone. Even Hana's face showed shock. It became clearer and clearer. The rules of this world are much darker and more complicated than it seemed at first. Khan coldly noted that there was no point in showing pity to goblins. Their choice was conscious. Their path was bloody. He pointed to the opening, and the system immediately reported an achievement. The player received the title of Speedy Dungeon Master. This gave a permanent plus 2% bonus to experience in any dungeon. An unexpected but pleasant result. Khan confidently stepped forward, calling the others. The policeman was still in doubt. He had heard that the magical dungeons could not be left until the main quest was completed. But Khan replied that it wasn't that simple. The dungeons in this world weren't linear. They offered freedom of choice. Players decided for themselves how exactly to complete them. Follow a pre-designated path, or look for hidden routes, Easter eggs, and loopholes. Khan calmly noted that such situations happen often, especially in cases where players have access to legal cheats. He glanced briefly at the passage. One of them had special abilities not provided to most. They entered safe zone F5, a rest area with trees. A man was sitting at the table eating slowly. He noticed them approaching. Their gazes met, cold and searching. Behind him, shackled men sat. Everything pointed to the fact that these were the evil merchants that the kobolds had mentioned. Khan narrowed his eyes. The man asked if he had a ticket. Khan asked again. The answer was significant. The merchant wanted to make sure that his presence here was legal. Khan honestly said that he did not have a ticket. This caused a sharp emotional outburst in the merchant. He came close, looked Kanu in the eye, and bared his teeth, called him a degenerate. Khan didn't flinch. Everything suggested that the safe zone here was a relative concept. Khan remarked that it was too hot today, an odd remark for the circumstances. The merchant was surprised by this comment, as if he did not expect to hear something like that. The others also felt something strange. Khan's words seemed absurd and out of place. Tension arose. The merchant, as if in response to this enigmatic phrase, invited them to follow him. He spoke confidently, as if he wanted to show friendliness. The policeman warned Hana to be ready, and she was ready. The merchant continued, gently hinting that they were probably tired after a long journey, and suggested that they go inside to rest and eat. The whole team was holding back their alarm. Such generosity seemed suspicious. Everyone sat down at the table, on which there were various treats: cake, meat, burgers. The merchant introduced himself as Mr. Song and said he was the boss here. Next to him stood Khan, who greeted him with a smile and introduced himself. The policeman asked suspiciously what was going on. Khan said that among the goblin's packages there was one unusual item. The package turned out to be a key. It was there that the password was hidden, which matched the mysterious phrase about heat. Khan emphasized that the pursuit of souls is not the worst thing. The main task is to find a way to return souls to children. To do this, you need to obtain information about the contract concluded with the merchants. Suddenly, they were attacked by small goblins jumping from all sides. The source of their appearance remained a mystery to the merchant. The merchant indicated that this password was last month. Khan chuckled, thinking about the foresight of the enemies. The merchant ordered to kill everyone, and a fierce fight began. Everyone joined in the fight. Khan continued to strike at the goblins while the merchant watched in surprise and tried to figure out who these fighters were. One of the traders shouted for them to retreat to Area F6 immediately. The policeman stood with a spear and asked where they were going in such a hurry. The traders were not going to give up and rushed at him with threats, assuring him that he could not cope with them alone. A fierce fight soon began, but the policeman's spear proved effective enough. The traders were defeated and lay beaten on the ground. Khan wanted to resolve everything peacefully, demanding the truth from the merchant. The merchant, insulted and indignant, called them scoundrels for daring to challenge Jack. The player ranked 9th. He laughed and said that Khan now realized what trouble he had brought upon himself by rebelling against such a powerful rival. Khan suddenly burst out laughing, causing confusion among everyone present. He was talking about Jack, the 9th-ranked merchant in the dungeon. Jack was known for rising to the top without fighting. His reputation was divided into two polar opinions. Either he was a terrible person from whom you couldn't borrow money, or an unreliable scammer who makes unfair deals and rarely follows through. At the same time, it was here that one could find the highest quality goods. The main thing is that Jack was ready to follow a client anywhere to sell a product, but then suddenly disappeared, as if he were a mirage. Can shook the merchant, accusing Jack of stealing his valuables and asking where he was now. The merchant began to foam at the mouth. Can was shocked and surprised by what was happening. The merchant collapsed to the ground, his soul beginning to leave his body. Can watched in silence. The other merchants were also dead. Can drew a parallel with the kobolds. It seemed that everything happened according to a similar scenario. Hana assumed that Jack was to blame for everything. Can thought about him with hatred, noting that if Jack behaved like this in the game, then he was clearly a scumbag in life too. Can was surprised, asking if Jack was really that bad. Hana couldn't help but call him a pathetic bastard who deceives people by smiling in their faces. Can clarified that he had deceived her too, to which Hana confirmed that it seemed so. Can wondered if Jack had managed to fool all the rankers. It seemed almost impossible. It was impossible to say anything concrete. There was no evidence against Jack. Hana was sure that she would reprimand him the next time they met, and Can agreed with her. But before they could think about reprisals, they had to free the people. They came up and began to remove the chains and shackles from the captives. The police officer confirmed that everyone had been released. Can had almost finished his part of the job when he noticed one guy who wasn't tied up. The guy had a sparkling earring in his ear, a unique item, the angel earring, level 300, which can only have one owner. Can recognized the owner and said his name. It was Jack. Jack sat in front of Can, raising his hands up in a gesture of surrender. The guy tried to object, claiming that he was not Jack, but that he had bought the earring. But when Hana put a gun to his forehead, he confessed that it really was him. He said that he had deceived almost all the rankers in an attempt to gain more rewards, and now deeply regrets it. On his knees, he apologized to everyone, calling himself Jack. Khan explained that this is not about the past in Dreamside, but about events happening now. Jack apologized and named Kay, surprising everyone. Can asked how Jack knew his identity. Jack laughed and admitted that he had been following Khan using a GPS device that was tracking a specific player. He exchanged this sensor for items and admitted that he was able to earn good money with Khan, calling him his talisman. Jack is only 14 years old and a schoolboy, which surprises the policeman and Chan. Jack mentioned player Clark and admitted that he wanted to tell Hana something. He is a big fan of hers. Hana was surprised when Jack admitted that he knew she was Clark because he went to meetings with her fans all the time. At first, Jack thought Clark was an older man with a beer belly, but it turned out differently. Can asked who this imposter was that was mentioned earlier. Jack explained that the one who was impersonating him and ruining his reputation was his accomplice, an imposter. Jack only recently learned of its existence, having spent the last 3 months wandering around the city aimlessly while the GPS was down. Then the merchant robbers approached him and told him about the second Jack. Despite the suspicious terms of the contract, he agreed to cooperate with them after learning that the angel's earring could be used to break the contract. Later, Jack realized that he could make good money with the traders and began to look for them to find a fake one. It was also revealed that Sondok came here to join the auction house set up by the imposter. The house resembled a black market in the newly opened areas of Zone D5, where rare items from a secret vault were sold. Can concluded that these people were going to be sold at auction, which caused alarm. Jack reminded them that the traders they met were red players. Usually, after the death of red players, they drop items and give experience, like monsters. But these merchants remained alive. It was just that their souls moved to other bodies. In essence, these people became a kind of vessel for souls, an additional life. The organizer of all this was a man who was popularly called the Goblin Master, but in fact, he was the same fake Jack. Can was surprised. There is strict subordination in the goblin hierarchy, and only the strongest goblin rules over all the others. Lycan, the owner of the goblins, was even able to subjugate the king of these creatures, and this is what started all this trouble. Khan noted that their main goal is to find the owner of the goblins. The policeman reminded them to hurry. Hana assumed that they should now enter Zone E. Jack came up with an idea. He said he knew a shortcut and would explain all the details along the way. They climbed onto the roof of the carriage. That's where the shortcut was, which made Khan angry, but Jack insisted it was faster. Jack said he knew which car was heading to the black market, where he could find out more. Khan approved the plan and thought about his next steps. A system message appeared. They were in a hidden area on the roof of the train, where the hidden quest, Night of the Four Gods, had begun. Khan noted doubtfully that the road should have been safe, to which Jack responded by admitting his guilt. Soon, monsters approached them. High-level 72 spectra. A fierce battle began right on the roof of the carriage. Khan tried to strike, but quickly realized that physical attacks had no effect on the ghosts. Jack suggested that special skills were needed to combat the spectra. Activating the Calm skill, Khan began to concentrate mana into his strikes, gradually strengthening his attacks. After a tense fight, the specters were defeated, and Khan noted that now all that remained was to deal with the remaining enemies. Khan was left alone on the carriage and began calling for Jack, but he appeared only in a translucent form. Jack reminded him that he could make himself almost invisible, which is how he got the nickname Mirage. He immediately switched to the important thing. He needed to deal with the ghosts. Khan expressed doubt. A new threat appeared. If all the ghosts were destroyed, their mother would appear, a banshee that poses a much greater danger. Jack raised his eyebrows in surprise. Khan continued speaking, pointing out that it turned out that the shortcut had been right here all this time. Now, they had a new plan of action that could change the course of their mission. At this time, Hana continued to repel the attacks of the monsters, shooting from a revolver and expressing dissatisfaction with what was happening. Suddenly, Khan appeared behind her and warned her that running away and fighting the monsters was useless. Hana responded sarcastically. Policeman and Chan tried to understand the situation. Khan explained that if all the specters are destroyed, a boss will appear in the tower, Banshee, which is currently impossible to fight. However, Khan noted that it could be useful if the situation was used correctly. Chan and the policeman were surprised by this thought. A little later, the monsters continued to advance, creating a tense situation. At that moment, Chan screamed, and a message appeared on the screen saying that his defense had decreased by 7%. Chan panicked and begged for help, and began to run away, with a police officer quickly following him. Before that, Khan asked Chan to lure the specter along with the detective, to which Chan confidently replied that he could handle it. Chan ran away, screaming words of horror, cursing at Kay, at the sight of the multiplying enemies and the unexpected number of monsters. Fake Jack was sitting at the table, lazily sipping his wine, when a fight appeared on the screen in front of him. He watched the proceedings with mild disdain until one of the players, designated B-25, broke through the wave of enemies and claimed victory. At this time, a monster approached him, one of his subordinates, controlled with the help of a goblin hat. He silently held out the package. Fake Jack looked at him with irritation, not hiding his anger. The information the goblin brought changed his mood. One of the agents in the station was attacked. He turned on the screen. The image was shaky, but clear enough to make out a man fighting in a crowd of monsters. On the screen in front of the Fake Jack, an image of a beaten conductor lying unconscious at the edge of the platform flashed. There were two more standing nearby, and figures of other players were flickering a little further away. Fake Jack narrowed his eyes. He raised his eyebrows, recognizing the silhouette. The conductor was considered virtually invulnerable, a being of a level that not every ranker dared to mess with. But now he was defeated. This meant only one thing. They were up against experienced and well-organized players. Fake Jack peered into the face of the girl who appeared on the screen. Her jerks, her movements, the revolver in her hand, and her signature sharp style. He froze. It was Hana. The realization hit him instantly and sent him into a fit of laughter. He ordered the entire group to be tracked down immediately, with special emphasis on the girl. She had to be captured alive. The rest could be eliminated on the spot. Inside carriage D6, the atmosphere became more tense with every passing second. The carriages slowly approached section D5, the epicenter of the shadow trade, where they sold not only rare artifacts, but also bodies, souls, and even memory itself. Hana frowned and turned to Khan. She asked hesitantly if he really believed that Chang and the detective could handle it. Khan nodded. According to him, Chan's armor was stronger than it looked, and the detective was not just a city employee, but from the Special Crimes Unit. They both knew what they were doing. Soon the car slowed down. The holographic sign above the door changed. Section D-5, High-Risk Area. Entry by agreement only. Behind the heavy doors was something that even the most desperate players avoided: the black market. Jack reminded everyone in the market that they were wearing masks. It was a way to protect themselves not only from being exposed, but also from the possible consequences. Fear was the rule here. The problem was that they only had one mask. Hana asked what to do. Khan thought about it, but before he could answer, Jack handed him an old, worn cloak. Its fabric seemed ordinary, but it felt almost alive. A message appeared. Received item: Cloak of the Recluse. Effect: invisibility for 60 seconds, recovery 3 minutes. Jack chuckled. According to him, this might be enough to sneak into the market and gather information. But Khan himself knew that invisibility alone was not enough. Something more was needed. Jack, as if expecting these thoughts, smiled slyly. He had a plan. Zone D5, Black Market Casino, a semi-dark room filled with neon and shadow. There were creatures of all stripes sitting at the tables, silent goblins in leather tailcoats, people in animal masks, overcome with excitement. Dice flew across the tables, chips jingled. The air was thick with the smell of tobacco, sweat, and fear. This wasn't a game for fun. This was a game for life. Can, hidden under the cloak of a recluse, had to pass through this hell and remain unnoticed. Can walked among the crowd in an invisible cloak. An icy wind swept through the room. One of the masked men turned around, not understanding the source of the cold. Can realized that he had entered through a portal, not a normal door. The scale of the dungeon was much larger than expected. He looked around. Life was in full swing all around. Noise, light, strange creatures at the gambling tables. Among them, Can noticed a red goblin, who walked quickly towards the secret door. Can noted his suspicious behavior and followed him. On the roof of the train, Chan and the policeman ran as fast as they could, pursued by the scythe-wielding monsters. Despite their fatigue, they kept up the pace. The policeman noted Chan's endurance, and he responded with pride, reminding them of the task that Kay had given them. Thoughts about their comrades did not leave them. They hoped that everything was okay with the others. Meanwhile, in Area D5, at the black market, Jack was disguised. Hana wore a red cloak that hid her face. She doubted the plan, but Jack confidently confirmed its reliability. However, when she asked what to do if he failed, Jack fell silent, lost in thought, until Hana brought him back to reality. A goblin monster appeared before them, recognizing them as merchants and asking what goods they were going to sell. Hana, without losing her composure, took off her hood. The monster recognized her as the same girl that the fake Jack had ordered to be brought. He suggested moving to a more secluded place. Jack, hidden behind a mask, supported the dialogue with light flirtation, which caused the monster to smile. They followed him. Behind them, unnoticed, a man in a panda mask was watching them. Khan went down into the dungeon. On both sides there were cells, behind the bars of which sat creatures. A goblin was pushing his way through the bars, shouting something unintelligible. Khan was surprised by what he saw and took off the hood Jack had given him. His attention was drawn to an orc behind one of the bars. He had never seen anything like that before. Loud shouts of monsters were heard nearby. Two creatures were driving a new batch of captives. Khan realized that he was in the very lair where the victims of the contracts were held. Among the prisoners he noticed a familiar guy, Gonji, the same one with whom we fought against the skeletons. He was conscious, but looked bad. Khan realized that time was running out. He would have to contact the detective. But a little later, now there were still urgent matters to attend to. He promised himself that he would return soon and ran on. Khan moved silently through the corridors of the dungeon, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. He was thinking about his next step. Now he would find the goblin who was rummaging around in these affairs. Soon a target appeared ahead. A goblin with a massive hammer, clearly guarding the passage. Khan realized he had found it. He sped up, came up behind him, and at the last moment jumped up, raising his hand with the glove. The goblin became alert when he heard the strange sound, but did not have time to turn around. A powerful blow landed right in the face, throwing him back. Meanwhile, Jack and Hana followed the monster, step by step approaching the massive door. Jack assumed they were being taken to the auction house. As they approached, the monster stopped and said they had arrived. The door opened, revealing a room in which stood the fake Jack with a wide grin on his face. Hana was surprised to see a third-rank goblin in front of her, while Jack recognized him as an imposter. He noticed a strange hat, the same goblin hat that made the monsters so easy to obey. Fake Jack made a mocking remark about Hana, then disdainfully scolded Jack's appearance by summoning a lichen. But before he could do anything, the real Jack stepped forward and tried to engage in dialogue, calling him the main merchant of the dungeon. Fake Jack noted that he had been recognized and took it with interest. Eventually, he offered Jack a drink, holding out the bottle. The real Jack accepted the offer with a slight smile, seeing no reason to refuse. Hana, real Jack, and Fake Jack were sitting at the table. Fake Jack was insisting that there was no poison in the drinks, trying to relax the atmosphere. The real Jack explained that he was looking for an exclusive sales agreement for a client who wanted quality goods, but didn't want to deal with an auction house. He showed a system window with 10 million gold, which surprised Hana. The amount seemed impressive. But it's not surprising, given the real Jack's reputation as one of the dungeon's best merchants. Fake Jack was skeptical about the offer, saying that the amount was small and that he would like to see a more reliable client. The real Jack noted that the client's identity was kept secret, but he was a well-known person from the Ark. This clue seemed familiar to Fake Jack, and he asked for the prepared papers, stating that he was prepared for such a turn of events in advance. The real Jack agreed to sign the contract, realizing that the negotiations had reached a decisive stage. The contract was signed and the deal was completed. Suddenly, a drawing of a chain appeared on the real Jack's wrist, causing him confusion. Fake Jack explained that this was a guarantee to prevent cheating and announced the activation of the double contract. A message has appeared stating that the real Jack's body and inventory now belong to another player, a player named Jack. The real Jack was shocked to realize that he was now being controlled by another person. Fake Jack, pleased with the situation, was suddenly attacked by monsters. A scythe was put to the Fake Jack, but the monster lichen came to the rescue, successfully repelling the attack. A message appeared about the victory over the spectrum. Fake Jack mockingly noted that those who hoped to defeat the lichen with ghosts were very wrong. Fake Jack ordered Kanu to finish everyone off. The monster and the goblins immediately went on the attack. Chan and the police began to fight back, arriving just in time. Fake Jack screamed threats and activated the double contract. The chain on Jack's wrist began to glow. Real Jack growled, insisting that he was fine. Fake Jack was shocked when Real Jack tore up the contract. The bracelet disappeared. A quarrel broke out between them, but soon a message appeared about the complete destruction of the Spectra. At that moment, Banshee's mother, the D-class boss and harbinger of death, appeared, causing the fake Jack to become frightened and turn around. Meanwhile, the dungeon was shrouded in darkness, and the red monster lay on the floor, emitting a sullen growl. Can made him stand up and demanded answers to his questions. The monster said that the double contracts were kept by the boss, the owner of the goblins, who turned out to be Mr. Jack. He obeyed Jack because of the goblin cap he received back in the days of the first Dreamside. Can was surprised and asked the last question. Where is Jack now? The monster pointed to area D10, explaining that he himself was a human who had been tricked into becoming a goblin and forced to serve under the Hat's rule. A message appeared stating that Can had just defeated a second-tier goblin guard. Without wasting any time, Can turned around and ran on, hurrying towards his goal. Banshee, the mother of the Reapers and the boss of Class D, floated in the air in front of Police Officer Chan and his team. Her eyes glowed with a mysterious light, and various voices began to be heard around her. The cries of dead people, desperate requests for help, and pleas for mercy. She was not just a ghost, but the embodiment of all the spectrums. The police felt this haunting howl coming from her. Despite the Banshee's fearsome power, Lycan mused that such a ghost could be a valuable ally. The monster stood in front of Banshee. False Jack laughed and showed confidence in his abilities, as he could subdue even ghosts like her. He believed that the attack on him was a big mistake on the part of his opponents. At his command, Lycan, clutching his weapon, rushed to attack Banshee. The shockwave caused by their collision was so powerful that the goblins around them fell to the floor, and the barrier protecting them only lasted for 3 seconds. Despite this, the police understood that it was better not to interfere in this fight. The Banshee, hovering in the air, noted with disdain the pitiful state of the Lycan, a king without a kingdom. Suddenly the wind brought a loud cry, and goblins ran to the scene of the battle, worried about the fate of their king. The Lycan and the Banshee approached each other, their eyes met, and a furious battle began. Banshee was very fast and deftly blocked Lycan's attacks. He tore the chains with effort. Fake Jack watched the fight with irritation, surprised at the strength of his opponent. He egged on Lycan, demanding his master's protection, to which Lycan was ready to respond with all determination. Lycan grabbed the chain and began swinging it around Banshee's neck. She remained calm. A jerk, and Banshee, chained around her throat, flew into the air. Lycan threw her to the ground. She hit the ground and stayed down. Lycan pulled the chain. It sank into her throat. Suddenly, the chain broke. A message appeared about the defeat of the hidden boss, Banshee. Lycan stood in a pose of victory. Hana watched him, then tried to shoot, but the bullet did no damage. A message appeared about the monster's health regeneration. The monster quickly recovered as it approached them. Jack noticed that something was wrong. It was indeed him. Hana and Khan watched the monster. Chan smiled, and so did the policeman. The Banshee's skull lay on the floor. Jack received the mantle thrown by Khan and caught it. Khan immediately jumped into action, using gloves to strike. Hana noticed that he fought despite the lack of an arm. After all, he was a third-rank goblin. The policeman offered to deal with the double contracts, and Jack assured him that he would sort them out. Jack took the contracts out of his inventory. The real Jack explained that the angel earring, which caps at level 300+, reflects lies back at the liar. A chain appeared on the fake Jack's wrist. Now the real Jack had the right to dispose of the fake Jack's body and things. The goblin's hat disappeared from the fake one and ended up on the real Jack. Fake Jack ordered the real one to be killed. Jack warned, "The hat cannot be used without reason. Goblins are soul-bound to their original owner. The only way out is to defeat Lycan." Khan fought Lycan, throwing punches, but was hit hard and crashed into a wall, leaving a large dent. He knew that he had little chance against such a powerful D-class monster unless he tried to knock it down. The real Jack shouted that he had the hat. If he is defeated, then Lycan will become the king of all goblins, subject to no one. Khan gripped the Banshee spear. A message appeared about receiving the Ghost Scythe item and the ghostly howl. Fake Jack taunted Khan, urging Lycan to finish him off and come over. Lycan attacked, and after the blow, Khan flew into the air and fell onto a bookcase. The monster was approaching. Khan activated the skill Dragon Eyes and said that he could now see everything. Khan stood in the middle of the room with a spear, ready for the final push. He raised his weapon, but immediately received a powerful blow and flew back, barely keeping his feet. Activating the Dragon Eyes, he assessed the situation and realized that with a D-class boss like Lycan, he wouldn't last long head-on. He needed a pinpoint attack. Khan shouted to Hana, and she instantly took aim and fired her revolver. But the monster only grinned. "It's no use." Fake Jack grinned, considering their attempt futile. However, suddenly, the false one noticed that the body seemed to come to life under the control of the new owner. The real Jack ordered him to remain silent, in complete control of the situation. Khan caught the moment when Fake Jack came too close, and he dealt a powerful blow. The golden magic chain that bound Lycan was broken. The monster, freed from its shackles, was stunned, but then exclaimed, "Jack is not the king. He does not obey anymore." At that moment, Lycan's growl caused all the goblins to kneel. Fake Jack tried to intervene, but was hit hard in the face and fell to the floor unconscious. Victory was near. Fake Jack lay unconscious on the floor, his body slowly ceasing to resist. The Lycan looked down at him, decided that he was no longer worthy of the title of king, and struck, blood staining his hand. Lycan then turned his attention to Khan and threatened that it was now his turn. Khan, however, was in no hurry to join the fight. He calmly put the goblin hat on his head. At that moment, the system notified that Khan had become the new Goblin King and had gained power over the souls of his subordinates. Golden magical chains wrapped around Lycan, restricting his movement and causing him to become enraged. Despite this, the hat stopped working. Lycan stopped obeying. Khan noticed this and activated the Dragon Eyes, sensing that the monster's body contained a special secret that could lead to victory. Preparing for the final blow, he was determined to end the battle. The monster fell on its hands, making hoarse sounds. Its eyes glowed red, and it opened its mouth, letting out a roar that scared the goblins. He grabbed one of them straight from the ground and raised it high. The real Jack realized that the situation had become critical. Khan noticed how the monster brought the goblin to its mouth and felt that it was mocking them. Even the monster's severed arm had already managed to recover, which caused Chan's admiration. Khan sternly demanded that the monster focus on him. The monster picked up the Fake Jack, who, to everyone's surprise, was still alive and barely showing signs of life. The real Jack realized that he had been chosen as a victim from the very beginning. The monster brought the Fake Jack to his mouth, and he didn't seem to resist. Suddenly, the system gave an error, and everyone started to panic. A whirlwind appeared in the air, and suddenly a subway train appeared. The monster appeared on the roof of the carriage, and Khan looked up and noticed a change. The real Goblin King, a mysterious and unknown boss. The warehouse's luggage compartment was filled with enough things to last a week. The man in the big panda mask gave the order to put everything in the inventory. The subordinate in the panda mask confirmed the order. There were no goblins around. Everything had gone too smoothly. Hurry was still necessary. People from the National Intelligence Service, Kim and Seok, discussed the situation. The Ark was in crisis. It was necessary to quickly collect everything necessary. However, the scouts' attention was drawn to the survivors, chained up, victims of human trafficking. The boss firmly rejected the idea of staying late, reminding them that there was no time and that it was important to take only food with them. At that moment, a huge head with glowing eyes appeared above the captives. Lycan. Chan watched the events unfold, noting that the monster didn't even pay attention to them, but somehow evolved. Khan confirmed that, according to the system message, the monster is now a C-class. The policeman was surprised. How is it possible to evolve into a boss without leaving the dungeon? Common sense did not work in this situation. The system even dismissed the incident as an error. The monster became a trigger, already known to them, but evolution deprived it of reason. He moved solely for one desire: to devour people and become stronger. Hana asked what to do next. Khan replied that while the monster was not fully leveled up, they could try to deal with it. But he immediately noticed that this was not the usual C-class goblin he had encountered before. It is not a virus carrier, does not cause disease, and does not increase the number of triggers and hydras as happened in previous battles. The team failed to defeat him. Khan remembered how he used to play the first version of the game, where there were studies on the evolution of mobs through interaction with spores, but everything ended in failure. Now they were in the second dream site, where new changes could appear that were not there initially. Khan activated the skill Dragon Eyes and examined the monster. He was alarmed by the strange glow in the neck area. Chang felt that while the goblin was in this form, there was no point in trying to attack. At that moment, a system message appeared stating that he was wearing Kakashi's spiked gloves. Despite the warnings, Khan confidently stated that they had something that would help deal with the enemy. Khan decided to join the fight. The policeman tried to stop him in panic, but it was too late. Khan cut himself on his hand and blood began to flow. The exclusive ability of the goblin hat, Imamanrian, has been activated. Jack confirmed that this was indeed a real Imamanrian, a spirit capable of controlling souls. At that moment, a crown appeared near Khan's face, a symbol of his transformation. He was ready to become what he had to be. To catch the monster, he himself had to turn into something similar to it. The exclusive ability of the goblin cap was to control souls, and the strength of this control depended on the number of souls absorbed. These souls seemed to serve as a shield and a source of strength. Among them, perhaps, were the souls of children. Khan took out the blade of Vondis's regret from his inventory, which perfectly matched with Imamenrian's skill, as the sword had previously belonged to an undead and strongly resonated with his power. The policeman asked if Khan was okay, but he warned everyone to move away. It was unknown who else might be drawn into this stream of souls. The abilities level varied depending on the number and type of souls that Khan controlled, and now he clearly absorbed many other people's souls, not of his own free will. The ability was activated because of the hat. Determined to put an end to the monster once and for all, Khan quickly went on the offensive. Khan cut off the monster's arm, and he looked at the loss in amazement. Khan felt goosebumps on his skin and realized that he urgently needed to find the enemy's weak points. The masked men noticed him and tried to approach, but Khan warned them to leave, or they would die. At this moment, the goblin behind him was already close and was about to attack, but crashed into an invisible barrier. Khan managed to use protection thanks to the souls he had stored. The monster went berserk and tried to grab Khan, but he dodged and knelt down, activating the dragon's eyes. There was something strange glowing on the monster's neck. Khan realized that this was the key to victory. He rushed at the enemy, jumped on his hand, activated the calm skill, reached for the neck, and struck. Turning around, Khan noticed a dungeon flower on the monster, clearly not a simple one, but one infected with a virus that accelerates evolution. Although the flower was not at the center of the monster's life force, This discovery made him even more wary. Can jumped back, looking carefully at the monster, then rushed forward to attack. The calm skill was activated, and he held the gun tightly in his hands. He began to shoot, aiming at the monster. His weapon had the exclusive ability of the blade Vondis's Regret, Needle Frost, which he used. Imanrian was no longer usable, and Khan knew it was time to call it a day. He approached, feeling too weak to fight. At that moment, Hana appeared, aiming her revolver at the monster. Her bullet hit the infected flower on the enemy's neck. The system reported that the name was deactivated. The effect was achieved. Khan looked ahead carefully as the system activated the danger detection. The monster suddenly dispersed, turning into a multitude of souls that began to scatter in all directions. Hana noted that the souls were out of control due to the strike on the lichen's central point. At the same time, Khan tried to weaken them, but the effect was unexpected. Souls began to accumulate in large quantities. He understood that the undead would instinctively attack the living and try to find a suitable body. A vessel for migration that will inevitably lead to a bloodbath. Khan realized that he had little time and strength left after the recent battle. Besides, he wasn't a goblin, so he had to find another way to deal with the situation. He thought about possible solutions, realizing the complexity of the situation. He looked ahead and noticed a third-tier goblin, Lichen, lying down. The thought flashed through Khan's mind that goblins were the only race capable of controlling souls. The hat he was holding was designed specifically to allow goblins to evolve into Imanrians. However, Khan knew how risky this was. If Alicana fully evolved, it would be impossible to stop. Despite this, Khan decided to temporarily become king. He took off his hat and put it on Alican's head, asking him to put the wandering souls to sleep. At that moment he heard a strange sound and noticed goblins approaching. These were NPCs who hunted their own kind, their goal being to consume souls to become stronger, and all eyes were on the goblin's hat. Previously, these monsters returned wandering souls back to the afterlife, but the desire for power forced them to devour their fellows. Then someone created a goblin hat to control this madness and try to stop the endless bloody hunt. The souls screamed, complaining of the cold and accusing Lichen of devouring his fellows to become stronger. Lichen, clutching his head, denied his guilt and begged the souls to leave him alone, admitting that he was no longer worthy of living. The voices of the souls sounded like a plea for help and forgiveness. At that moment, Lichen heard a voice that came from Khan. He realized that the hat was meant to stop him and this whole cruel hunt. Lichen recognized the true owner of the hat and obeyed. At this time, in the train carriage, Sok and Kim were discussing what had happened. They saw two monsters similar to the C-class dungeon boss known as the Lizard King and tried to figure out what it was. Chief Sok was silent, deep in thought, not knowing what to do next. The man in the panda mask tried to get his attention, but he remained lost in thought. He thought about Khan and said that they needed to return to the Ark. Panda and the others were full of doubts. They felt sorry to leave those who might still be alive. But the place around really resembled a real hell. It seemed to the panda that staying here was certain death. Suddenly cracks appeared in the ceiling, and fragments began to fall. The boss and the panda screamed in horror. Something had happened again. Sok managed to warn everyone to run. Khan, who was lying on the floor, fell from the ceiling. They decided to check him. Maybe he was from their team. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of them. A small goblin. The scouts were puzzled as to who it was and what it was doing here. The goblin collapsed to the floor and then suddenly shouted at them, calling them pathetic worms. At this time, the fake Jack appeared in the building. He spoke of a power comparable to a monster. He didn't expect a third-tier goblin to be so weak. Maybe he just didn't have enough souls or was too inexperienced. Fake Jack was confident that he could easily destroy him and show the true power of the company. However, when he summoned the enemy by punching the air, it turned out that there was no one nearby. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation in his body and collapsed to the floor. The real Jack appeared before him, and he was not going to allow the fake one to continue his business, and reminded him of the debt he had to repay. Fake Jack tried to dispute his position by claiming to be an employee of the company, but the real Jack countered by saying he was a merchant, who was far angrier and more dangerous. The tension between them grew. Khan stood among the flying souls, aware that they might soon devour him. He woke up in bed, overcome with anxiety and confusion. The little goblin handed him a glass of water with an expression of respect. He has received a new title, the Goblin King. All goblins bow their heads before you. Khan realized that he had been unconscious for 2 days, unaware of what was happening. Hana stood by, watching him awaken. Lycan and a squirrel named Goran were sitting on the bed. Lycan considered her a monster. Hana reported on the national intelligence directly from the Ark. Khan was surprised that government forces still existed. The situation on the Ark remained critical due to food shortages. The lizards blocked all routes, disrupting supplies and communications with the outside world. The lizard dungeon became one of the largest and most dangerous in the city. The government organized a corps to contain the growing strength of the lizards. Khan realized that they could evolve into Class C. He asked about the fate of the survivors of the last operation. Hana reported that Gongji-1 was found, but his condition was serious. The policeman carried Khan to the Ark, where there were still doctors working. The rest decided to stay put, seeing no other choice. The little goblin awaited new orders from the king. Khan inquired about the fate of the souls, especially the children's. Lycan confirmed that all the souls remained safe. He explained that the souls were mixed up inside the goblin's hat. It was impossible to extract a specific soul. The goblin cap no longer belonged to the Lycan. As long as the king lived, the cap would be in his power alone. Khan noted that Lycan's name was still glowing white, deducing that he was no longer a threat. The cap could not be returned due to the loss of the king's power. Lycan tried to put the souls to sleep by sacrificing his own powers. The way out seemed impossible without a new form of greatness. Lycan mentioned that the growth of royal greatness was needed. Khan was surprised to hear such words. He knew what they were talking about. Jack entered the room. Everyone was surprised to see Jack. He had returned straight from the Ark. Khan asked about the detective. He was still inside. Gongji-1 was in a serious critical condition. Kang couldn't believe that the pseudo-Jack had also survived. He suspected that the pseudo-Jack was connected to the angel earring. The real Jack admitted that he had drawn up a terrible contract. Khan noted that Jack's deal seemed too clean. Angel's earring prohibited lies for both sides of the deal. Her level was 300. Any lie would backfire on the person who told it. Khan began to suspect that something was wrong with this. He couldn't understand how Jack could trick him with the earring on him. The real Jack laughed and explained that there was an exception. He served his punishment before the awards were closed. Khan cursed, but decided to get to the point. He asked Jack if he had learned anything about the company. Jack said that the pseudo-Jack had lost his memory. He probably took some kind of drug to protect secrets. At that time, pseudo-Jack was holding a heavy object in his hands. Khan asked Jack what he knew about the king's majesty. Jack stated that Khan needed the goblin horns to control souls. It is the horns that allow goblins to control souls directly. He mentioned that he knew where to find items made from goblin horns. National Intelligence has made an official request. Not far from their current location is the Bermuda zone. Hana was surprised to hear the name and remembered the rumors. The team of players from the Ark that went there disappeared. The group's captain, Kim Kangriol, had an accident in the area and sent out a distress message before disappearing. Last words, danger. Goblin's High Ball. The Bermuda area is officially considered goblin-related. Jack said that the intelligence service had instructed them to investigate this place. Can thought about the words about the goblin ball. If the artifact was made of horns, it would enhance the king's majesty. He didn't know what exactly this majesty meant, but he felt the power. Khan realized that with this artifact, he could become even stronger. He noticed that his level had also increased after the battle. Completing the D-class dungeon gave him a decent boost. Now he can use Vandas's Blade of Regret. Mamonryan's skill doesn't work. The blade will do. His status: Kang Seongjun, level 59. Job: slacker. Kan decided it was time to move on to the next goal. He asked where to look for the mysterious goblin ball. Jack replied that the place was in the Chamshil area. The entry point is a hidden fair, tucked away in the old quarter. The fair was deathly quiet, but tension hung in the air. The boy called for the captain, the girl called for hurry. Captain Kim Canrell arrived running. He was perplexed when he saw the lizards. The lizards should be in the Ark. That was out of the ordinary. He didn't remember any reports of a breakout from the dungeons. In front of him were bosses, orcs, evil spirits, all in one place. The scale of the threat was abnormal. Too many monsters. The captain rushed on, not slowing down. The boy and girl peered out from around the corner, trembling. He ran up to them, covered in sweat and dirt, his thoughts focused on the strange spherical relic. He asked about the item. The guy called it the Goblin Ball. The guy remembered seeing it in the first dream side. The captain realized that this thing was not just a trophy. Monsters do not carry artifacts that are incompatible with their nature. So someone or something made them do it. The guy said their lives were in danger. That's what matters most. He insisted that they had to focus on getting back. The captain was sure that they would get back at any cost. He knew that they couldn't retreat, but they couldn't die either. This place turned out to be a trap, carefully prepared. They must find a way to close off access inside forever. No one must repeat their mistake and end up here. The entrance must be sealed before it is too late. Khan, Hana, and little Lycan exited the carriage. Jack waited inside. Khan told Jack to take care of the others. The dungeon was his for now. Jack agreed, but Khan and Hana didn't trust him. Khan thought about the status of a third-tier goblin. The rights to the dungeon belonged to Khan through Lycan. He decided to ask for official permission to move. Hana lit the way with her phone. There were no monsters or people around. Hana was excited to visit the fair for the first time. Chan was surprised to learn that she had never been there before. Hana talked about her early debut and the inability to go to crowded places. Chan reminded that Hana is the most famous idol in Korea. They approached the fair and stopped at the entrance. Khan caught up with Hana, feeling that it was too clean and empty. They looked around, trying to find someone. Chang was excited by the scale of the fair. Kang felt like he was returning to normal life. Khan was alerted by the sound. He activated the dragon's eye. Thick smoke and an energy wave rose around. Chan was surprised, music was heard, and the carousel began to work. Khan ordered to get ready. Hana grabbed a pistol. Chan, a sword. Khan noted that there were many enemies, and a message about Vandas's blade appeared on the screen. Suddenly, people appeared ahead and welcomed them to the fair. Khan was surprised that this was a real fairy tale world, full of hope and romance. The crowd began chanting Hana's name, discussing her cosplay. Hana was trying to understand what was happening. Khan didn't know what was happening. Suddenly, a smoke grenade appeared. Everyone was surprised when Hana disappeared in the smoke. Khan thought about the oddities and decided to tweet about them. Khan noted that they attracted too much attention. Hana assumed it was their costumes. Khan suggested a change of clothes, and they saw an advert for discounts on school uniforms. Hana remembered that she hadn't worn a school uniform for a long time, and Can agreed. Lycan stood there with his hat and towel on, as requested. Chan refused to change, saying he liked the attention. Everyone was ready. Hana put on her hat and said to look around the place. Lycan asked about the high tower and was surprised by the majesty of the people. Can was tired and sat down on a bench, marveling at the size of the fair. Hana said it seemed as if nothing had happened. The music was playing, people were happy, as if it was a dream. Hana was surprised to see a ticket with the date 2022. They realized it was an illusion, reflecting the past. Hana took the photo despite the illusion of the moment. The girls nearby noticed Hana and asked about the guy with her. Can realized they had been spotted, and everyone ran to hide. Hana asked what to do now. Can replied, "First figure it out." The carousel spun slowly, creating a fairground atmosphere. Hana said that this place did not look like a dungeon. Khan noted that no one received notification of the entrance to the dungeon. Hana was surprised and wondered what kind of place it was then. Goran was happy with the smells and food, which suggested a dungeon. Lycan noted with irony that Goran was too relaxed in front of the king. Chan suggested searching the area again, despite previous failures. Hana and Can decided to attract energy by holding a concert. They hoped that the concert would activate hidden energy currents. Chan had finished setting up the stage, and everyone was ready to perform. Can noted that despite the illusion, everything looks real to people. Thick smoke appeared on the stage, causing people to be surprised. The crowd began to whisper, wondering if there was a concert or a festival going on. Hana took to the microphone, declaring that this was a real festival. She encouraged everyone to move and enjoy the rhythm of the music. The people cheered loudly, joining in with the songs and dancing. Khan activated his dragon eyes, preparing for action. He noticed the toys approaching with hammers in their hands. The toys swung their axes, trying to stop the fun. Khan ordered the toys not to interfere and challenged them to a fight. The greeting was repeated many times, creating a strange atmosphere. The crowd began to gradually disappear, dissolving into thin air. Night fell suddenly, and monsters appeared at the fair. Khan immediately entered the fray, protecting everyone from the attack. Monsters rained down from all sides, turning the celebration into a battle. The theme dungeon and monster party mixed in chaos. The phrase echoed, wishing everyone a fun and happy day. Khan stood among the fallen monsters, wondering what was happening. He activated the dragon's eye. This is not a simple dungeon. He looked around carefully and noticed a hair toy with a mysterious ball. Realizing that this was the key element, Khan rushed towards the hair. He immediately began to run away, trying to hide. Chan warned of the appearance of a huge bull monster. Lycan and Hana loudly warned of the approaching enemies. Khan quickly glanced around to assess the situation. The hare continued to run, disappearing into the crowd. Can gathered himself and rushed towards his friends, preparing for battle. Arc Zone 3. The knights at the entrance stopped the stranger and demanded to give his name. The man didn't hesitate. He briefly and clearly identified himself. Kim Hong, from Captain Kim Canrell's squad. Player. He looked exhausted, but moved confidently. Without further ado, he pulled out his radio and demanded to be connected to the command post on Kantsok. He had news. He was the only one to return alive from Bermuda. On the other end of the line, Captain Canrell did not hide his surprise. He immediately asked how Hong managed to survive and what happened to the others. Hong explained that he was saved solely due to his ability to spatially move. The rest were trapped inside. The fair, as they had suspected, was an elaborate trap, carefully disguised as a festival site. According to him, they managed to detect activity consistent with the structure of the dungeon. The minimum rating is a D, but it is probably closer to a C. However, Hong insisted that the problem was not just the strength of the monsters or the traps. According to his observations, the trap somehow interacts with memory. The higher the player's level, the stronger the influence. Memories are distorted, become poisonous, displace reason, and push towards irrational actions. Captain Canrell froze. He had already sent a squad there, including high-level players. Only now did he begin to realize what a threat he might have inadvertently increased with his order. About an hour ago, a group of masked people appeared near the entrance to the fair. Despite the fact that the place seemed ideal for the formation of a dungeon, with its own atmosphere, attractions, and artificial illusion of a holiday, the system never activated it. This disrupted the usual patterns. What had previously served as a clear sign of anomaly was now left in limbo. Yun Ben-go, the commander of the company's third break group, was sure that this was where K was headed. His group reportedly managed to hijack a runaway train known as the Ghost and arrived in the Bermuda area. Even in their world, full of dangers, the Bermuda area was considered a forbidden zone, a place from which no one returned. One of the escorts expressed surprise at hearing the name. He was reminded that it was the same area where people disappeared without a trace. Now, Kay went there. And if he consciously chose this path, it means he knew something that others did not. This area existed in the first dream side, and this meant that perhaps the source of great power was hidden there. So their order was clear: protect the source of power from K. Having received confirmation, the commander rushed forward. The masked men silently rushed into motion. But as soon as they crossed the conditional border of the fair, they were met not by a threat, but by something completely different. Instead of signs of battle or magical distortions, they saw smiling people, laughing children, and colorful balls. Joyful shouts were heard from all sides. People were scurrying around everywhere, as if they had come to an ordinary city festival. The squad members froze in indecision, their faces expressing bewilderment and slight shock. One of the fighters turned to the commander, not hiding his confusion. They could not explain why, having passed through abandoned buildings, they found themselves in a place full of life. The fair looked perfect, as if no one had died, fought, or disappeared here in recent years. Everything seemed the same as it was before the disasters, as if frozen in the moment, like before the launch of the second dream site. The commander gave a new order to find out what was happening. His subordinates, sticking together, began to move forward, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. Passers-by began to look at them with interest. Some thought they were actors, others decided they were cosplayers. But soon the commander's attention was drawn to a sound. Music. He recognized it immediately. It was Hana's song. He stopped, looking ahead. There was no doubt. There really was a performance on stage. Everything pointed to her being here, with Kay. He immediately gave the order to move towards the stage. The squad moved forward through the crowd. But then everything changed. The light began to dim. The day ended abruptly. Night came. Sharp, unnatural, as if someone had turned it on with a switch. The commander began a roll call, checking the condition of his subordinates. But the next second, right in the alley, monsters appeared, soundlessly, as if emerging from the air itself. And then the screams began. The masked men began to retreat in panic. The street, which had recently been filled with light and joy, instantly turned into a nightmare. Monsters emerged from the shadows, distorted figures with eerie eyes moving quickly, silently, as if the place itself responded to fear. The commander grabbed his weapon and rushed forward, his blade cutting through the air, striking the nearest creature. The commander, clenching his teeth, gave the order: "Prepare for battle." The subordinates nodded and activated their abilities. But before they could go on the offensive, the commander froze. His eyes widened in surprise. A man walked through the wave of shadows. His step was firm, his gaze unreadable. An unusual glow framed his silhouette. He looked different. His armor was a different color. His hair seemed to be a little longer, and his face seemed not quite his. And yet the commander recognized him immediately. He tried to speak, but the words were stuck in his throat. Only fragments of phrases escaped. Kay stood before him. Hana shot at the monsters with cold-blooded precision, breaking through their defenses one by one. Lycan, brandishing his club, moved forward, intending to support the king. A goblin appeared in his path. Massive, second class, with red skin and an expression of arrogant superiority. Unlike his normal kin, this one didn't even try to hide. On the contrary, he rushed at Lycan and easily knocked him down. The Lycan, not accustomed to such humiliation, raged. But before the goblin could strike, Chan intervened, grabbing Lycan and yanking him away from the blow. Lycan resisted, shouting furiously that he could handle it himself, that it was an insult, that a third-class goblin could not lose to a second-class one. Chan just sighed, trying to pull him away from the threat. Their argument was interrupted by another horror. A giant monster stood in their way. Lycan suddenly went silent. Chan was ready to fight, but Hana fired, noticing the situation from afar, and screamed, ordering them to take cover. Lycan reluctantly admitted that his fighting abilities were not up to par. He explained this by the fact that in the process of controlling souls, he lost a significant part of his power. But he did not regret it. It was all for the sake of the king. They ran to Kay. When they got there, they saw. He was standing in front of them, but not in his usual form. Kay transformed, taking the form of a Manhwa, a mysterious and powerful being who made even the strongest monsters seem insignificant. His energy was alien, unfamiliar, dark, and unrecognizable. Chan, confused, tried to reach him, but Kay did not answer. Lycan, catching the distortion of energy, realized that this was not just a transformation. It was something more, something alien. At that moment, Kay raised his sword. Before he could strike, the real Khan appeared, breaking the tension, though only briefly. Two almost identical people stood face to face. He didn't hesitate. There was no more time to think. Khan gave the order. Act quickly. Everyone, get ready. The fake Khan stood before them, a distorted but frighteningly accurate reflection. There was a cracking sound in the air, as if a crack had broken through space itself. The battle had begun. Khan activated the skill needle of Ini, and cold threads of ice cut through the air, sliding towards the enemy. The fight was fast and intense, but ended in victory. Later, in a narrow alley, Khan, Hana, and Chan caught their breath. Night had fallen over the streets, and for a moment, everything was quiet. Khan noted that they had some time to rest. Chan said that night, though it had come suddenly, could still be a disaster to fight the entire horde. The enemy's face still floated in his memory. It was identical to Kanu's, like a reflection, without a flaw. Khan confirmed, it really was him. Perhaps it was all connected with that strange object. That's where it all started. The unidentifiable energy waves that appeared when they first saw the rabbit with the mysterious ball. Hana assumed that the goblin ball was the source of all this. So if she caught the rabbit, she could get the ball. Khan thought out loud. It was possible that the monsters, like the crowd of people during the day, were just an illusion. And all of this may be born from their own memories. Chan didn't immediately understand where this was leading. Then Khan explained, after they left the ghost train, he never transformed into Emma Manhwa again. None of the outside inhabitants of the fair could know about his past. Only the three of them remember it. This means that the ball somehow influences memory. It brings out the strongest images. But then a new question arose. Why was it Emma Sanrian who became the one who showed up? Why was it he who turned out to be the counted image? In the midst of a serious discussion, Kan asked ironically how they liked his image. Chan immediately perked up, exclaiming that it was amazing. Hana smiled and agreed. The sight was impressive, if a little frightening. There was a brief silence, in which all three realized that what was coming would be less about battles and more about their past, and what it was ready to show them. Khan suddenly realized what was happening. Everything that came to life at the fair was born from emotion, from fear. It was fear that gave shape to illusions, making them real. Each member of the group was afraid of something of their own, and it was these images that became the monsters that filled the night fair. An illusion fueled by emotion became flesh and a threat. The recent fight with the double proved it. Khan himself became the embodiment of Lycan's fear, and if fear is capable of reviving such copies, then the danger came not from an external enemy, but from within, from memory, from feelings, from their personal weaknesses. The thought of this made Khan anxious. If monsters born from his own fears appeared next, what then? And the image that he had been trying to push away for so long immediately popped into his head. That same dragon from the tomb, the monster from the C-class dungeon, a creature that left behind only devastation, beyond control. The realization paralyzed him. If he continued to think about it, if the fear grew stronger, the ball, absorbing the emotions, would give the image form. And then the fair will find itself in the midst of a disaster far worse than anything they have ever faced before. Kan tried to pull himself together. He knew that what was important now was not strength, but clarity. Any careless recollection could lead to disaster. Kang was watching the scene when Hana cried out in horror, and he remembered that Captain Kim Kan Ryol should be somewhere nearby. After all, without him, it would hardly have been possible to recognize the goblin ball. Two important objects needed to be found: the captain himself and the ball. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of them, a centipede. Chan was scared, and Khan noticed that this was his personal nightmare. Hana quickly got to work, attacking the centipede's weak point, the sky. Her shot forced the monster to retreat. Kan asked Chan how he was, and he told him about his childhood fears associated with such creatures. Memories of his father locking him in a box with creatures like that crawling around. However, the noise of the battle attracted other monsters. Khan warned his friends to prepare for battle. Another enemy appeared behind him, a male aristocrat named Norhan, an NPC with glowing red eyes. Hana immediately recognized him as an enemy who reminded her of the stalker from the past. This character was clearly here because of her. Kan rushed to attack, and Hana warned him to be careful. The enemy was of a very high level, about 200. During the fight, Kan dodged blows, thinking that it was almost impossible to defeat such an opponent. But eventually, he was able to defeat him, and called for the group to retreat. As they were about to leave, Hana noticed a rabbit with a ball on top of the building, the one that started it all. Kan activated the skill Calm and rushed in pursuit. The rabbit turned and ran across the roof. He fought off Kan's attacks, but suddenly the ball fell straight down, right onto Chan's hand. At that moment, a bear appeared, grabbed the ball, and ran on. Kan activated the danger detection skill and continued his pursuit, trying to figure out who these mysterious creatures were and what they wanted. Kan rushed along the roof, realizing the danger of what was happening. Suddenly, the master of the C-class dungeon, the dragon Kamushi, who possessed a strength level of 500, appeared in front of him. His power hung over everything around him, and the atmosphere around him became tense. At this moment, the clown laughed, talking about the appearance of a completely unexpected guest. Chang expressed dissatisfaction with the one Khan had summoned, but he decided to buy time so that the others could retreat. Hana warned of the dragon's approach with its mouth open, a threat that caused Khan to quickly dodge. Hana asked if they were okay. Khan noticed that another Khan had appeared, a fake K who approached the dragon like a copy of him, causing Khan to feel a sense of déjà vu. The fake K found himself right in front of the dragon's mouth, his eyes glowing brightly, and the dragon watching him closely. A huge glowing ball emerged from the mouth, and boulders fell on K from above. K quickly soared into the air, landed on his feet, and began to attack. Lycan recalled that this was exactly what K looked like in the past, which made Chan wonder about the possibility of someone else summoning the guy. Kan assumed that there was someone nearby who was afraid of him, and that K was not acting at full capacity in this fight. Kan noted that if they were to encounter the real Kamushi, they would not be able to resist his gaze alone. He added that he had the same abilities, unquenchable flames of death and black smoke. So the weapon that can deal with the dragon is still the same. Since K doesn't have this weapon now, he loses this battle. Kan remembered that he too was defeated by this dragon due to lack of weapons. Despite this, K continued to attack, striking, and Kan realized that even if K did not win, he would at least distract the dragon, buying time. At this time, Hana and Kan decided to immediately look for the goblin ball, because now was the most opportune moment. Suddenly, a goblin appeared in front of them, which Kan knocked down, warning them that real hardcore awaited them ahead. They prepared for battle and hurried forward. Hana screamed at Kan as another fake K appeared in front of them. His mouth was wide open, letting out a piercing scream, and his eyes glowed red. Hana, barely containing her irritation, noticed that K seemed to be literally everywhere now. Kan grimly confirmed her words, adding that it doesn't end there. The clash between Kamushi and K's other projections had serious consequences. The ground rumbled and shook from the force of their clashes. Chan and Lycan, pressed to the ground, trembled with tension, trying to stay in place. Heavy footsteps could be heard around the area. Numerous monsters, attracted by the noise and energy of the battle, were now moving straight towards them. Kan noted with alarm that this meant one thing. The entire army of monsters was rushing towards them. The fake K appeared before them again, looking even more terrifying. His body had grown, and his aura had become denser and darker. He probably absorbed a few more souls, becoming stronger. Without hesitation, he rushed to attack. Hana, seeing the threat approaching, said it was time to put the imposter in his place. Confused, Kan asked what she meant. Hana offered him to become Imanrian again, a powerful form capable of fighting back. Chan, supporting the idea, cheerfully encouraged. It was time to strike back. Even Little Goblin added that K should find out where the crayfish spend the winter. However, Kan remained tense. He explained that it was not that simple. Becoming an Imanrian required the absorption of souls, and there were children nearby who could get hurt. It was too dangerous to use this skill now. Meanwhile, the fake K, consumed with rage, continued to rush straight at them, not giving them a second to think. Hana was pushing him. A decision had to be made immediately. Kan was racing through his thoughts, hoping to find another way. But he couldn't find a way out. When the enemy was very close, Kan gritted his teeth, made a decision, and gave the command. Go into battle. He rushed towards the monster, not waiting for a miracle, relying only on himself and his comrades. Suddenly, a bright light blinded Kan. The light from the spotlights that burst out of the darkness. A car was driving straight towards them through the crowd of monsters. She cut into the gathering horde without hesitation, clearing a path and stopping right in front of the group. Kan stared at the transport in surprise, not believing his eyes. A voice came from the cabin. Someone was calling them. The man shouted, "Young people, run here." They hurried to the car. The driver was a middle-aged man with a hoarse voice and a calm confidence in his eyes. He introduced himself as Kim Kang-ryol, captain of the Ark. Kan thanked him, saying that he saved their lives. The man just grinned and added that he made it in time. The headlights scared off some of the monsters. But, as he himself noted, the monster's real vulnerability is sunlight, not just electric light. Khan was slightly embarrassed. He hadn't known that. The captain explained that he had noticed them during the day, but was busy looking for that very light, so he had not approached earlier. The car moved forward, making its way through the dense crowd, crushing and pushing away the monsters. The captain mentioned that he saw Hana first, which surprised him greatly. In the back of the truck, Chan complained that he felt sick. However, it was immediately destroyed by a sharp jolt. A long sword was sticking out of the roof of the car. Someone had thrust it from above, piercing the metal right through. The captain cursed. Khan, looking in the mirror, saw the fake K approaching them. He did not lag behind. Not all monsters are afraid of light, Khan thought, watching his reflection. The driver glanced in the side mirror. In the glare of the headlights, he saw the fake K surrounded by souls trying to hold him back. But despite everything, he rose again, slowly and inevitably, as if nothing could stop him. He swung his sword, smashing through the roof of the car with a loud crash. Chan screamed in fear. Hana cowered, staring furiously at the ceiling. The little goblin glanced at Chan and asked if he was okay, but he didn't answer. And then the fake K suddenly received a blow, but, as expected, even a point-blank shot couldn't stop him. He only flinched back and then continued to move forward. Kan, without waiting for the next blow, opened the side door of the car at full speed and climbed out. In one movement, he pulled himself up onto the roof, where the fake K was already standing, as if waiting. Their gazes met. No fear, no doubt. A brutal fight ensued. Khan grabbed his opponent's arm, applied a hold, and threw him over his hip with force, pinning him to the roof. K stood up again, but didn't have time to do anything. Kan grabbed him by the back of the head and slammed him hard against the metal. Then, grabbing him with both hands, he turned him sharply and pushed his face right into the headlights, right next to him. Fake K screamed. Light hit him in the face, and at that moment his body began to sparkle, turning into a swarm of tiny, fading fragments. He fell apart, screaming and writhing until he disappeared completely. Only Khan remained on the roof. The silence after the tension of the battle seemed almost deafening. A digital shimmer hung in the air. A dialogue box appeared in front of Khan. He glanced at it. Confirmation. The souls had been returned. Khan took a deep breath. It wasn't over yet, but one threat had disappeared. Kan jumped off the roof of the car and took his place in the passenger compartment. The driver nodded without asking any unnecessary questions and confidently turned the steering wheel. The car rushed forward, cutting through the remnants of the crowd of monsters which were crawling away from the bright light of the headlights. The driver drove the car to the hiding place. Somewhere in the depths of the city, among the ruins and shadows, there was a point where supplies might still be preserved. They arrived at the location. Inside the cache were many survivors, tired, worried, but alive. The captain opened the door and was immediately surrounded. The men cried out in relief when they saw that he was safe, and their attention immediately turned to the others. Someone called out to Hana, happily noticing her among the survivors. One of the fighters had already rushed to get a potion to help with the wounds. Kan just chuckled. No one seemed to be worried about him. The captain couldn't help but chuckle, diffusing the situation. Hana held the potion in her hand, her eyes full of fatigue and relief at the same time, trying to comprehend everything that had happened. Those around him bombarded Hana with questions. Why reinforcements hadn't arrived, what was going on outside, and who that terrible monster was. The captain confirmed the worst. A C-class dragon summoned by K appeared outside. This stunned everyone. But what was even more confusing was that many believed that the K fighting the dragon was the real one. No one knew about his true nature, much less about Hana's game personality. The captain tried to bring the conversation back to the point. As long as the monster fights, there is a chance. He pulled out a drone, an unusual artifact. The screen displayed an image of a drone flying over the fair. Khan recognized the object the drone was approaching. Lotta Tower, a high-rise building hiding something important. The guy confirmed. There is a dungeon there, not like the others. It's like it's in another world. And now is their only chance to get to it. There was no door, no hint of a familiar entrance. Before them was only an empty, black, abyssal opening. It emitted neither light nor sound. It resembled a black hole, faintly pulsating at the edge of perception. The guy controlling the drone swore sharply. The device stopped responding. The signal was interrupted. The drone began to fall. And not because of damage or a malfunction. Something clearly interfered from the outside. Perhaps it was a monster attack. Everything was happening too precisely, too purposefully. A silhouette appeared on the screen. At first, just a leg, shod in a black boot. Then, the figure came fully into frame. A masked man, and behind him, a group of armed men. Khan recognized them. It was the company. The idea that they might be connected to the Dark K sounded frighteningly logical. But Khan shook his head. If the dungeon was truly their creation, it would be unlikely for such an unstable entity as K's shadow copy to be there unchecked. It would be too dangerous, even for them. Meanwhile, the masked man, without thinking, stepped on the drone. The image went dark. The boy screamed. Too much work had gone into this device, but emotions had to be put aside. Now it's clear. The company is already there. And if its goal coincides with theirs, then delay may be too costly. Khan knew they had to be stopped, preferably before they got what they came for. Khan turned to the captain and addressed him by name in a reserved manner. He remained silent, staring tensely at one point. He finally spoke. It turned out that someone had actually summoned K. Khan thought about it. He decided to start over, to understand what was happening step by step. But there was almost no time left for analysis. Meanwhile, right next to the dungeon, a group of masked people were already studying their surroundings. Their anxiety was obvious. They realized that they had been spotted. Someone in their ranks asked anxiously who exactly was on the trail. It was only by a miracle that they managed to escape from K, and even now the fear did not leave them. One of them, turning to the leader, pointed to the dungeon itself. Its shape, its nature. Everything was unusual. Experienced players who had seen many anomalies were now faced with something that defied explanation. But one thing was clear. It was in this place that all the power contained in the area known as the Bermuda Triangle was concentrated. A unique chance. If used correctly, this dungeon could become the greatest weapon, not subservient to any known faction. The company's leader painted a picture of the future, an army of creatures like Kamushi. In such a situation, they would no longer have to fear anyone, not even K. And, if the situation gets out of control, the dungeon can simply be destroyed. One powerful explosion launched through the dungeon flower will blow everything to hell. The company's mission was extremely pragmatic: to artificially speed up dungeon breakthroughs using an artifact called the Dungeon Flower. Their goal is to turn even weak dungeons into powerful and unstable zones that can not only be controlled, but also used as a weapon. These transformed dungeons became traps and battlefields, deadly not so much for the monsters, but for the players who found themselves inside. If they manage to repeat the success of the first group, they will rise to their level. And along with that, they will receive bonuses and access to higher operations. But suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to a strange creature. A teddy bear appeared in front of the portal, unnaturally cute for this place. There was a ball in his paws. Someone from the team called him a doll, but the bear didn't give them time to think. He instantly jumped into a black portal and disappeared. Confusion gripped everyone. This was not according to the script. The commander sharply ordered that no one should waste time. Kay's approach was a matter of minutes. The team knew they had to act fast. Without further ado, the fighters dove into the portal one by one, following the bear and his mysterious cargo. They were about to meet the unknown, perhaps the key to new power, or the end. The night enveloped the city in dense darkness. The streets were covered in ash and chaos. Overturned cars, broken shop windows, drops of frozen blood. The air was filled with the smell of burning and dust. The monster's huge paw landed on the asphalt with a dull thud, leaving a dent. Two blue creatures walked growling and looking for a target. Khan assessed the situation instantly. He was not going to waste time. The decision came quickly. Deal with the threat immediately. He gave a short command without raising his voice. Act. The break group commander nodded, giving a signal to his subordinates. The count began. On the count of 3, Khan was already flying into battle. He moved confidently, precisely and furiously, striking with perfected speed. The monsters did not have time to react. The commander and the soldiers were dumbfounded. They expected a tense battle. But Khan single-handedly crushed the enemies as if they were training targets. There was silence. Only the echo of the blade still hung in the air. Khan and the commander stood among the fallen monsters, looking at the lifeless bodies. The commander reminded that the search for the goblin ball was not yet complete, and without it, the mission would not be completed. Khan replied that knowing the exact location of the dungeon meant there was no need for a random search. Now you could go straight to your goal. The main reason for all this is a monster that lives in the dungeon itself. If you manage to carry out a raid and destroy the monster, it will disappear, and the ball will be left without an owner. Hana expressed doubt that the masked men were somehow connected to the dungeon. Perhaps they were just casual observers, not involved in the confrontation. Khan noted the scale of the dungeon and suggested that it was its internal power that was causing such unusual phenomena. Chan asked if this was real, to which Khan replied that there was no definitive answer. But we must take into account that they are in a world where Seoul has turned into a game location, where the laws of reality and the game are intertwined. If the problem with the dungeon was solved, Khan knew that he would be able to deal with the masked men, the fake K, and even the dragon. In normal dungeons, you can usually get a description of Loki himself, but here everything was different. However, for some reason, everything around seemed familiar. Khan wondered whether he should try again. At that moment, he looked around and noticed that something incomprehensible was swirling in the air. A monster, or some unknown entity. Suddenly, an unknown force awakened on the fairgrounds, and an alert appeared warning of a new event. The monsters with huge teeth were very close. Khan quickly took out his sword and began to strike, repelling the attack. At this time, a message about a new quest appeared on the screen. Transformation into a dungeon. The quest category was Presentation. The difficulty was unknown. It was reported that a parasite appeared in the fair location, and if all conditions are met, the system will create a thematic prank, the puppeteer Pierrot's dungeon. The task was to escape the fair where the dungeon was located. The deadline was not specified, and the reward was life. The punishment, death. Khan was puzzled as to what this new type of task was. At this time, a group of people in armor were exiting a subway car. The man thanked Jack for his help, and Jack assured him that he was ready to fulfill any whim for money. The man was surprised. Jack, being young, had already established his business, having captured a D-class dungeon and was now driving around in it. Meanwhile, the captain and his team were heading down the corridor to a place where high-ranking players were not supposed to be. There were no experienced veterans among them who had played the first dream site, so they relied only on their own experience. They discussed whether the best players, Kay and Clark, had ever gone there, because if they were truly invincible, the zone could be a first-class danger zone. Everyone understood that they had to be extremely careful and agreed with that. They approached the entrance to the fair, but found the entrance blocked. One of the guys noted that the entrance was open before their arrival, but now it was blocked. They decided to go up the stairs. Suddenly, a huge plant with tentacles appeared in front of them. The commander was surprised, and the guy assumed that it was a Class C dragon. It was incredible that something like that would appear here. The tentacles approached one of the men's legs and grabbed it. The man screamed and the others panicked and tried to help. The tiles underfoot began to crack, and a strange creature crawled out from there. One of the men suggested that it was a parasite, similar to those that appeared during the transformation of the dungeons during the training process. The boy realized that if this place really became an underground dungeon, Seoul would be in danger of disaster. They realized that the problem urgently needed to be solved, but they did not know how or if there was a way to deal with it.